Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a code Q&A. So today we're going to be answering questions that you might have, and it's going to be a fun time. But we're going to get started with fixing an issue. So I tried to add a thing to Vox, and my build process broke. So I need to fix the build process before I can move any further. And right now I'm getting this browser.js invalid version undefined. Basically, the Vox website needs to go away. I need to replace it, because I had worked on replacing it a long time ago. But, pinning, yeah, so this is saying pinning to an old version. I need to fix it. Add this resolution. I could do that. This issue is from like a year ago, but I'm pretty sure the last time I built the project was like a year ago, so I do need to fix it. Alright, I'm gonna try this one. Welcome in, Julian. Welcome in. But how was everyone's weekend? How's it going? Hi. Hi. What's up, David? Welcome in. My Vox is broken and I need to fix it. Oh no, one computer guy, you got the flu. That's unfortunate. Are you on the up and up? Are you feeling better? I haven't been sick since 2019, maybe even 2018. No, that did not work. Welcome in, Xerox Gamer. Yeah, and shouts out to Yu-Gi-Oh! They found, honestly, a critical vulnerability in SproutKit, the thing I use for my overlays. If a bad person had taken advantage of that, they could have put some naughty images on my screen. And I really appreciate Yu-Gi-Oh! For making a PR, not exploiting it. Good on them. Though they did demonstrate it at the start of stream, and I was like, oh man, I totally forgot about that, because I saw their issue, I saw their pull request, but I just hadn't had the time to merge it in yet. Are they really just downgrading their parcel version? Yeah, this is unfortunate. So, I mean, this whole thing, this project right here that I'm working on, we meant to completely upgrade it like a year ago, and then we never finished it. Honestly, we might work on that. Well, I don't have a work on stream overlay stuff thing planned. Yeah, and you have a good point, one computer guy. It should just be allow no. They didn't fix a vulnerability in the DOM parser. They fixed a vulnerability in my whitelist. And what I should do is I shouldn't have regular expressions for every single URL. I should have URLs as strings and then convert those URLs into regular expressions automatically, which is what I'm not doing. Oh, why is the chat showing in XY seconds? Is my time behind? Well, that's weird. The time on my Windows computer is a minute behind, it looks like. That can't be good. I might have gotten hacked. Glad to hear it, David. I'm glad you like Solid. I want to try Solid. So, I guess, tree.render is not a function. Man! I have another bug to fix. Oh, that's an even better idea, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, if you do exclamation mark idea, let's get that on the list of ideas. So I don't lose that. Do I even have SVGs in this project? Come on. Come on. What's up, Wicked Indie? We are... we're answering questions today, but right now there's some bugs in my question answer website. I don't like that, but let's try it. That worked. Oh well. Okay, what's up, Judge J-Lo? Welcome in. I also appreciate the issue that you opened up as well. How do I do SEO? I don't. Pretty much everywhere I've worked and every app I've worked on has been more of an internal tool. So we didn't have to worry about search engine optimization. Or if we had, in any project where I worked on search engine optimization, the actual application code was separate from like the marketing website. So the marketing website was WordPress or some static build so that you could just have SEO in the site itself. But then the application was like a React and a Node app, so we didn't worry about SEO there. But I don't have a lot of experience with SEO. Yeah, that was a thing we talked about a long time ago, David. Basically, allow any images, but run them through an AI to see if they're acceptable. So yeah, Weirdo Flex 040404. Thank you very much for the resub. Appreciate you. What's up, Sonny? Welcome in. All right, I think we've done it. I think if... Cool. The chat messages are from the future. You know what? Let me see really quick. Like, my power did fluctuate. Let me make sure. Yeah, so, I mean, this synchronized now. How about now? And let me refresh the overlay. There we go. I've never seen that happen before. My clock was completely wrong on my Windows machine. I mean, not wrong. It was probably like 30 seconds off. Is that a thing? Does anyone know if that's a thing? Did I get hacked? Do I need to worry about this? Like, I know there are some I believe there's some like SSL attacks or something like that with the time being wrong. I don't know. Oh, I see. One computer guy was like, we're basically in the future. Cool. This one little change is all I wanted to do to Vox. I just wanted to add this command right here, and that led to like 30 minutes of debugging. Cool. Yeah, I did an inventory app stream. If you check out the archive channel, a recent upload was the archive of that. Yeah, so this one, inventory app revisited. And we are going to work on it again. The one thing that we're probably not going to work on is entropy chat. What we might do is start from scratch. It would be more interesting and more fun to design like an actual chat system versus like entropy chat initially was kind of like designing like a CRUD app and teaching about CRUD, create, read, update, delete, but we are create, read, update, delete with messages. But in a real world app, you wouldn't really store messages that way. So Maybe we reuse all of the design assets of Entropy Chat, but we like write it from scratch and redesign it, re-architect it from scratch. Cool. Yeah, I mean, and that's the other interesting thing is Twitch does use IRC behind the scenes. Like if you look at TMI.js, it actually opens up a WebSocket connection to an IRC server, and that's how it gets messages. Yeah. Cool. All right, so welcome to Coding Garden. We had a rough start there, but today we're going to be answering questions. If you would like to ask a question, you can do !ask, followed by your question, and it will appear on this website, box.coding.garden. As you can see, some people have already asked a question. Once we get going, I'll tell you how to get your message to show up as purple, because basically if you haven't, if you asked your question longer than 5 minutes ago, it's going to be gray. You can see we have questions from a month ago, a week ago up here. So we're going to do our best to answer these. But welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Daddy Ray. And yeah, and I guess we'll say hi to everybody before we start answering questions. There's not as many people here today, and that's totally fine because we can actually put a dent in these questions because chat won't be moving so fast that I won't be able to keep up. Hopefully for now. It's !ask like this, but we probably should add an alias to !question. What does question do? I don't think question does anything. You know what we need to do? We need to go to my to-do, and we need to add like 3 things that we already mentioned this morning. So I'm actually going to copy this one into a 2022 TBD, because basically the next time we work on my overlays and stuff, we'll have to talk about this stuff. Okay, one of the bugs was, or not the bugs, one of the things we want to do is fix whitelist. And some ideas that were in the chat were use a URL object and validate domain. Because right now we're using regular expressions and they're really clunky, and an example of that is today someone fixed an issue because the regular expression was wrong, which resulted in it allowing images from all over the place. Cool. What was another idea? I think I asked somebody to push it up to ideas over here. Does anybody remember? Who was the person that I told to do that? Was it David, maybe? Vibrate the chat when there's a right. That's a cool idea. I could vibrate the whole screen. That's a cool idea. We're not looking for new ideas. We already have plenty of ideas. I think it was this one. And let's take a quick stretch. No regular expression would be better. I like that idea. So we're probably going to do that. 2681. Was this the one? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just remove it from here because we have it on the list. And we'll probably work on it next time. All right, if there was something else I mentioned that I forgot, let me know. We'll add it here. Oh, I mean, it could just be update Vox to latest Sprout Kit. Because then we don't have like a legacy build process, and it's all built in. Okay. Use the snow package. Oh, we could just come up with other interesting ideas for when people raid. But yeah, like when we get a raid, we could do some sort of interesting on-screen animation. But I guess you're talking about the snowflake drop game, which is very similar to this drop game. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. Well, actually, no, I'm going to say hi and then we'll get into it. So if you'd like to say hi to me, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, sup, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, F, vohio, or bogahay. Say any one of these things, and I'll say, hey, what's up, Bob? It's been a while. Thanks for being here. And Chad, it's been a while. All right, here we go. First one to say hi was the She-Boss. Thanks for being here, the She-Boss. Hello, hello. What's up, Sequel Gordster and Cesar and Irasam and Cookify and Danielle and Stas and Prasanth and Mihai Andre and Goofer and Judge JLo. Hello, Mike the Tree Climber. What's up, Otmain and One Computer Guy and Zero X Gamer and Volterbike and JK the Vanisher and Julian. Hello, Fun Planet and David and YCSco and hello, Ryan. Who's looking for a new computer speakers? I have no suggestions for you. I would say get some studio monitors, because that like, I don't use them every day, but like I have my music studio set up, and you can get a decent pair of studio monitors that work over USB for like $100, $150. Just look into studio monitors, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Though some people might argue that those actually aren't good for listening to music, because they're actually supposed to reveal mistakes in the music for when you're mixing and mastering music. But I don't know. What's up, Lakshman? It's been a while. Thanks for being here, Lakshman. What's up, Wicked Envy and Muzop Potato and Armado and Sunny and Levminer? Hello, hello. What's up, Delta Time? Casey-on. Hello, Rumple. Daddy Ray. I'm curious, Rumple, did you like get gifted a sub or something? Because according to this, you're not following, but you are a sub. That's cool. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. You don't have to follow. This is not me asking you to follow. I'm just curious. And what's up, Daddy Ray? And Bob, and hello, Ched, and Waithful Fakey, and TypeScript Tea Time. Hello, Blennyman, and Gordon, and Ashatosh, and Coding Tomato, and Java Guy, and Shah. Hello, hello. Yeah, we tried Tari a while back. I actually have not tried Flutter on stream. I've done like a little bit of Flutter for my last job, so it would be fun to do some Flutter on stream. And what's up, Max Cahill and Kubobo? Kubobo. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. You prime subbed and forgot to follow. That's all good. Appreciate you. Okay, let's answer some questions. So like I said, if you want to ask a question, exclamation mark ask followed by your question. I am standing, and this is a standing desk, though there's so much stuff on it, like my mic stand and everything else, that, and my monitor stand, it's not very conducive to moving up and down at will. I technically could. But basically the other day, I was having a lot of back pain, so I was like, all right, I need to stop sitting. I need to stand and work again. So yeah, but this is just a standing desk from Ikea that actually, so I bought the house that I'm in right now, and the previous owner left it. They just left this Ikea standing desk, so this is what I'm using. Yeah, and Ched says, little Flutter. Yeah. Yeah. Black speakers with the yellow cones. Yeah, I mean, honestly, let me just go show you what they look like. I'll be right back. This. So this is actually from Akai. I got these a long time. I actually don't use these anymore because I could fix it, but the headphone jack on the main speaker is broken. But they usually come in a pair. And this one is interesting, like this set, the Akai one, because it does have a bass boost option, so you actually can get the music to sound pretty good. And these are probably like $100. But the ones that I use right now are from Presonus. So yeah. Cool. Yeah, standing desks can get expensive. I would recommend, though, like if you, let's see if we can find it. And obviously, like it's right now we're not going from the questions. We're just talking. But, so I will say this Amazon does not know about my search history. I don't know why it's advertising a bikini to me, but. Standing desk, yeah, like a converter. There's these things that you can put, yeah, these things. You put them, you put them on top of your desk, and basically you can take a desk that is not a standing desk and then convert it into a standing desk. And these are like $200 or less. I haven't used these personally, but hey. Yeah, so I don't have a personal review of these, but I have wanted to to try them. Like if I'm ever at an office that like doesn't have an option of a standing desk, I would probably try one of these. Just search for standing desk converter. So yeah. Yeah. And oh yeah, I know Bob, and Bob has worked through like high fidelity music listening. Can you mention what you use, Bob? I know Bob basically had an amp that you would actually plug into your phone to get high fidelity audio, and then he had some like really high spec headphones that he'd plug into that amp. Yeah. They might be. I would read the reviews. I would read the reviews to see if they are stable or not. But yeah. Oh, Daddy Ray has a convertible one, and they like it. That's good. Yeah. There's like a $20 cardboard standing desk converter. Yeah, I mean, so it's actually funny because when I started at my last job, they just used Ikea tables to convert things into a standing desk. If you search for like Ikea standing desk hack, people do that. I would not recommend this. I mean, you could do it because it's cheap to see if you like a standing desk, but for long-term use, it's not the greatest. But see, they basically take this table, which costs about $10, and then they take a shelf and put it on there. But the issue is the height of your monitor isn't adjustable, and this height isn't going to work for everyone. But you could technically put that together for like $20. Yeah. Used to make Altoid amp, like you'd put all the electronics inside of an Altoid can. Yeah. Cool. How to build your own Altoids guitar amp. Nice. Okay, let's answer some questions. So if you asked a question, type ! here. Those questions will bubble up. And we potentially will answer a question from a non-sub. That's true as well. You could buy the Ikea lack table and then cut the legs down to fit. All right, first non-sub question is from Lakshman, a longtime viewer of the stream, who says, will I participate in the JS 13K games event? I don't know what it is, and I didn't plan on it, but is this basically where you have to create a game that's 13 kilobytes or less? Let's see. A JavaScript coding competition for HTML5 game developers running since 2012. The fun part of the competition is the file size limit is set to 13 kilobytes. That's really interesting. So I've actually never done a challenge where I'm limited by like how big my code can be or how much code I can write. So maybe, when is it? 13th of September. Cool. Yeah, I didn't plan on participating, but it would be interesting. I'll put it on the list. Thank you for the question, Lakshman. And actually, I'll share that link with chat if anyone else is interested. Yeah, Bob is mentioning you have a mobile DAC plus amp that was capable of processing audio at bit rates well beyond what a human can even distinguish, along with some natural open-back headphones. Turns out I hate it. I like my music destroyed by a nice V-shape with loads of bass and treble. Yeah. Oh, it already started? I guess, so does it go until the 13th? Oh, I see. Oh, it started 3 days ago, and it goes until the 13th. Okay. Cool. So if I want to participate, I got to start now. Cool. All right. We'll answer this one from Shah. Thoughts on company layoffs? I don't have any thoughts because I'm my own boss right now, and I'm not searching for a job. The thoughts I do have are for those of you that have gotten laid off. My thoughts are with you. I hope you are able to quickly find a new job. And it's a thing. It's a thing that happens. And we are in a recession. Like it's happening. And these are the effects of a recession. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's not funny. It's a thing. Yeah, and so if anyone has any other thoughts or things they want to share, I know this is a super interesting app because this keeps track of layoffs that have happened at various companies. So if you're out there searching for a job, you could use this as a resource to make sure that you potentially don't apply at one of these companies, at least right now, because you know that they are laying people off. But yeah, and thank you, Soggy Ravioli. Thank you very much for the Prime. But yeah, I don't think about it much because I don't work for anyone and I'm not trying to find a job. Yeah. I think I don't know who updates it, but it does stay fairly up to date. Roger Lee, you can check out their Twitter there. They're the person that's in charge of it, so maybe they keep it up to date. And I'm sure they have some way of having or allowing people to suggest companies to add to it. And Uma, thank you very much for the 7 months. Yeah, so that's all I have to say about that. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Part of it is the recession, and people are spending less, so companies are making less. They can't afford as many employees. But then also you do have that, right? There are a lot of companies that don't want their employees to work from home anymore. And you have all these employees that started to work from home because of the pandemic, and they don't want to go back to the office. And so maybe they let them go because they're going to hire people that will come into the office. And I think that will create an interesting dynamic, right? You're going to have devs that are willing to go to the office versus ones that want to work from home. Interesting. Yeah. The tab's navigation of questions is smaller than the cards when you scroll. Oh, good call, Wicked Envy. The nice thing is, we're going to scrap this entire app. So we've started rewriting this app, and this code is going to go away soon. But I thank you for pointing that out. Offices are nightmares. Yeah, it really depends. There are some good things that can come out of being in person and randomly running into people that you wouldn't normally run into, that kind of thing. But I wouldn't say that's everything. But some interesting things can come of that. And then the other thing is fully remote meetings when they matter. So I will say that most jobs I've had have had too many meetings, more meetings than should be. But for the meetings that do matter, being in person and being able to really see everyone's facial expressions and everything else is more effective. But that said, that doesn't mean that every single meeting needs to be in person. I don't know. There are pros and cons to both, but I personally do like working from home. Yeah, and Bitcode is saying remote for life gang. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and it is really just a quality of life thing. From working from home, typically you don't have to commute. You don't necessarily have to have the same hour-long morning routine that you might have if you're going to the office. You don't gotta take a shower in the morning. I mean, most people might or do anyways, but you're remote, so you don't have to. You don't have to get dressed. You don't have to style your hair, really. You just start working. And so, in a sense, companies should realize that and realize that they actually are getting, a lot of the times, more work out of the people that are remote and just sitting in their boxers at home. I think there's a fine balance. I don't know. Is work from home decrease the money that companies make? I wouldn't say so. I mean, I would say if you really looked at it, they're probably making more money because they don't have to pay for an office. They don't have to pay for a cleaning crew. Basically, the entire expense of being in person is now gone, and all they have to do is pay a Google bill for Google Meet, or pay a Zoom bill or a Microsoft Teams bill, which they were already paying anyways, even if they did have an office. So, in terms of that, their expenses are decreased. I don't know. I mean, I don't run a company. I don't really have experience to speak from in terms of running a company and whether or not they're making more or less money. But I would assume that going remote actually makes you make more money because there's less expenses. Yeah, and FG Codex says they're still paying for the offices, though. It's true, but I a lot of the people that I know that are working remotely now, and Goofer, thank you very much for that Prime resub. A lot of the people I know, their company was able to get rid of the lease, or work with the owner to reduce their lease, where maybe they only have one or two offices instead of an entire floor, that kind of thing. But yeah. And it's true that some buildings can cost a lot of money. But I think the other thing is is it really costing the company money? Because technically they could rent that space out if they're not using it, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah, so it is. I think we'll end it there. It's complicated, and I've never run a business, so I don't know really. I don't have the business perspective of all of this. But I mean, and I would agree with the Sheboss. Like having the option of going in if you want to is great. But for the most part, like I'm more productive when I'm working from home. I don't have to worry about all that extra stuff like commuting or like getting ready or anything else like that. Yeah, and I think just in general, this is a separate problem that happens even with in-person work. There are just too many meetings, and a lot of people have talked about it. But yeah. It's cool when you can work both in the office or work from home whenever you want. Yeah, and that's basically how the last company I was working at, that's how they did things. Like basically, before the pandemic, I was working home maybe 2 or 3 days a week. And then when the pandemic hit, they're like, all right, everyone's fully remote. And then after the vaccine came out and restrictions started getting lifted, they're like, you can come into the office to work if you want to. And my company was one that actually, they just moved downstairs. So they were renting a floor in an office building, and it could seat like 20 or 30 people, and then they worked with the owner and moved to a floor where it only seats like 6 people. So they eventually saved on that. And the owner of the building actually gave them a discount in rent during the pandemic because we weren't using the office at all. So it varies. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, Botanizer. I mean, the thing is, like, even before remote work, we already had remote ways of managing the work process, and that we were using tools like Trello or Jira, which are project management tools. Manage your team's projects. Jira, I mean, Jira technically acquired Trello. Can people mention other project management stuff? But all of that to say, like, even though you went into an office, all of your tasks were still managed from a website, meaning you could look at that website from home. Asana is another one, yep. I've used all of these. I've used Asana, I've used Jira, I've used Trello. I've never heard of Redmine. Free and open source web-based project management, cool. ClickUp, never heard of it. One app to replace them all. Meister task. Yeah, I mean, and so there's probably a lot of them. But to answer your question, we were already using tools like this to manage our work processes. So basically, all of our tasks, all of our to-dos, all of the prioritization happens inside of tools like this. And then, as a dev, or even as a designer, or as a product manager, if you have something to work on, you pull a task from this list. So we were already using these types of things, and then now you can still just access those things from home. But yeah. So that's basically it. You would like pull from the task list, and then a lot of those tools are based around a Scrum or an Agile workflow. So you might still have things like a daily stand-up where you all get in a quick meeting to say, what are you going to do today? Do you have any blockers? And then after that, it's just like any job. You just do the work. We had a lifetime of working to adapt to and get used to in-person communication. With enough time and experience, anyone can feel just as comfortable. I mean, that's another great point as well. Like, we did it one way, we can figure out a way to do it another, and it actually will drive innovation in that market. So like better video calling, better ways of communicating remotely. I knew of a guy that worked at a company that used software that had everyone laid out in a digital office. I forget what it was called, but basically, he was working remotely like for 4 years before the pandemic, and they use this software where it looks like an office layout plan, and each person had their own little office, but you could knock on the door or something like that, and then that would just turn into like a chat message or a voice call. But you could basically see on the map everyone that was in work or whatever. I don't know. There could be other interesting software like that. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. And so if you've asked a question on here that you don't want on here anymore, if you do !archive, that will remove it from this list. It might have been GatherTown. Well, this might have been before GatherTown. But let's look at this. Yeah, this is before GatherTown. This is kind of like gamified in a way. I've heard of this, but I've never seen it. But this also is just like a virtual office layout, and then you have voice calls and stuff like that. So yeah. I mean, I technically you could probably call it a metaverse, but it wasn't VR or anything like that. I don't know if VR and metaverse are one and the same. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Cool. So would companies want to come back to the office, just flex their corporate overload? I mean, that's kind of what it seems like. It really does. Like, from the perspective of somebody that doesn't run a company and someone that is more productive and more effective when I work from home, like, bringing me back to the office is actually going to bring down my productivity. There's going to be less time where I'm actually being productive if I do have to go back to an office. But a lot of I mean, I don't know how to talk about this without being mean, but like a lot of bosses, a lot of people with management degrees, everything they learned in all of their experiences with in person. They don't have as much experience managing remote workers. And that just is going to take practice and time. But it could be that because they don't know how, they want it to go back to what they're used to. I don't know. Yeah, and that makes sense. Like, depending on the country that you're in, you might actually have to have an office, even if people are working remotely. But yeah, cool. All right, we got a lot of chat, so I'm gonna scroll past them so that way we can get to more questions. That wasn't mean. I tried to not be mean about it. Yeah, but basically, yeah. And I think that's the thing. They just need to learn how to work in this new paradigm, because at the end of the day, like, if the workers are more productive, and yeah, chat bankruptcy. But if the workers are more productive and they learn how to manage that better, they can make them even more productive. Yeah. We don't have an emote for chat bankruptcy, but this is a good idea. I will commission it from someone. Welcome in, Console Garden. Do you do Linux stuff or console stuff? Do you stream? Okay. You do? C# framework telephone. Cool. Welcome in. Okay. What command did this? Oh yeah, you're totally right. We could make this command. We can make it allowed. We could allow VIPs to use this command. Yeah. Imagine you bring in a client and the office is empty. It's probably a bad impression unless you... Yeah, I mean, that is another point, and that's actually why, like, basically my company had a rule, like, if we... The one that I used to work at. If we had any sort of client meeting, and it was going to happen at the office, then you would try your best to be there in person rather than trying to do it remotely. And especially, like, as a consultancy trying to find new clients, face-to-face meeting is just still how a lot of it is done, because that's just what people are used to, like business-to-business, face-to-face. So yeah, if they show up and the office is completely empty, it could leave a bad impression, but at the same time, they could also just understand that we're in a new era of working. Basically, we're in a new era where the office is going to be empty because people are remote. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Like, as long as you have a place where you can work at home, you can be much more productive. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to another question. So that question stemmed from talking about layoffs. And then someone mentioned that a lot of it's might be happening because people aren't willing to go back to the office. But yeah, thank you for the question, Shah. All right, if you've asked a question, type !! here. It'll bubble up, and we'll get on to the next one. Yeah. It'll be weird 3 to 5 years from now to show up to an office for a meeting and see people. Yeah, like, I think that's the thing. Like, once we get over all of the apprehension to being remote workers, going into the office will be the weird thing versus the working from home thing. And Shaw, thank you very much for the gift. Too kind. Okay, Mihai Andre has asked, what would you use to implement payment in a Node app? Let's talk about some options. And then let's also hold on to this question, because it would be fun to show some examples. Like, I have never shown payment examples on stream before, but that would be really cool to do. It also would make a good YouTube video because people are always asking about this. What month are we in? 8? 16? Yeah, and like, I mean, I wouldn't build a payment processor. I would use a service like Stripe or Braintree, or we could see what other popular payment processes are out there. Yeah. Okay, so let me just hold on to that one. I definitely will answer it today, but let's see what else we got. Judge JLo is asking, do you have a NAS? Any advice on turning my old gaming or streaming PC into one? Bought an 8TB hard drive, but not really plan beyond that. This will be an easy one to talk about, and there's no code, but it's fun to talk about. So NAS stands for Network Attached Storage. And DJ McMuffin, thank you for the 12 months. Network Attached Storage. And the idea here is you basically have some kind of storage or like a hard drive that's accessible on your network that any one of your computers can connect into. Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Open Media Vault, and then there was one other one I was going to suggest, but essentially, like, it doesn't have to be purpose-fit hardware. You could literally have a hard drive. I think I have an example I could just hold up. I have an even bigger example I can hold up. But yeah, let's pull these up. So there's FreeNAS, and then there's Open Media Vault. Synology is another one. And then TrueNAS. I've only heard of FreeNAS, but I guess it maybe was forked from... Oh, they're the same thing. Cool. I tried Open Media Vault. It was really cool. But at the end of the day, for my needs, I actually only needed... Like, I really just needed a proper hypervisor. So I use Proxmox. But this is not a NAS solution. Essentially, this is a hypervisor that allows you to have virtual machines. And then within... my hypervisor, I just picked a server to be a network attached storage. So we'll talk about that. Unraid is another one. Yep. Yeah, and so one computer guy has it. Basically, you could install this as your hypervisor, and then you could try these different images. You could like create a virtual machine that has TrueNAS on it, or a virtual machine that is running Open Media Vault, and then just try them out. But one of the things you do want is a way of creating like software RAID drives. And so I'll talk about that too. Actually, this could be a video. I said this was going to be easy to answer, but it's so fun to talk about. Yeah, BTRFS. Oh, welcome in, Probus. We've only been live for an hour. You haven't missed much. TrueNAS Scale is very powerful because you can add Docker containers. Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting thing about Open Media Vault as well, is they basically have, I believe, containers that you can just add that have apps running that you can use. Yeah. I've never heard of BTRFS. I have heard of the one that I think Proxmox uses it, or I don't know where it originated, but this article will probably tell us about it. Or not. ZFS. Yeah, that is the one that I have used. Let's take a quick stretch. Here we go. Cool. Okay, I want to hold up some examples, so I'll be right back, and then we'll just talk about this. I don't think I'll make it a YouTube video because my thoughts aren't going to be that organized, but I will talk about and give you some options. USB. And then I even have this. Yeah, it's not actually plugged in right now. Oh yeah, I have a, yes, I ran into a symbol. I didn't know you guys would hear that, or you all would hear that. Okay, so this question comes from Judge JLo, who says, do you have a NAS? Any advice on turning my old gaming or streaming PC into one? I bought an 8 terabyte hard drive, but not really planned beyond that. I gotta catch my breath. I ran out of breath going to get my hard drives. Yeah, it is a Zildjian. How'd you know? How'd you know? Yeah, I don't know how well that came across on the mics. Okay. Here we go. Judge JLo asks, do I have a NAS? So first off, NAS stands for Network Attached Storage. And the idea here is you can take any kind of storage, put it onto a server of some kind, and then access that storage over your network. And it doesn't have to be complex. I brought this little USB drive to show, like, you could literally have a Linux computer with like a 32 gigabyte USB drive plugged into it, and then run software that basically makes this USB stick accessible over your network. And the idea there is, like, you could store movies on this thing, or images, or whatever else, have that running on your network, and then any other computer on your network can access that data. So that is what network attached storage is. And there are a lot of solutions for it. Yeah, and actually I would start there. Like, if you have a Raspberry Pi, and you don't know what to do with it, this is one thing you could do. And you can search for articles on this, so how to build a Raspberry Pi NAS. Movies, images, hey. And I'm just curious to see what they tell you to do, like what software they're going to be running. Because... oh, they're going to be running Open Media Vault. Because at the end of the day, you also could just do a Samba. You could have Samba running on any Linux machine, SMB. I don't know. So any like Linux aficionados or people that do like stuff, like what would be the bare minimum network attached storage? So let's say you're not using an operating system like Open Media Vault. You're just literally running a process on a Linux machine. What would you use for that? CIFS, is that the new SMB? rsync? SMB with CIF. Oh, like that, you're totally right. You technically could use FTP as well. Though it wouldn't be as what do you call it? Yeah, so you would want to use SFTP, which is secure FTP, but like the cool thing about Samba, or SMB, is SMB and Samba the same thing? Samba is the third party. Okay, I always in my mind I always had them like interchangeable, but SMB is the underlying technology. But the cool thing about SMB is you actually can, for anyone that adds an SMB drive, it will look like it's just another folder on your computer. Yeah, SMB is the protocol. Cool. TrueNAS Core has an incredible UI. Yeah, and so I never tried TrueNAS. I tried Open Media Vault, but I think I just settled with Proxmox, and then like it's been a while since I even spun up my home server to even talk about it. But yeah. Oh, and then NFS is Linux. Okay, so actually, I'm going to show you that my streaming computer actually has a network share on it. Let me see if I can connect to it really quick. And I don't think I'm going to be revealing anything weird if I do this. But I just want to show you because this is like as easy as it gets in terms of network attached storage. And you could even do this with a Windows machine. Here we go. Leaks? No, I'm going to try my best not to leak anything. Basically, it's a network store that all of my OBS videos get recorded to, so that way I can access them from other machines to edit the videos if I need to. Though I haven't done that lately, but I can if I want to. Okay. And then let me see the folder that I'm sharing. Should be fine. Right? Should be fine. Should be fine. All right, I'm going to show you this. And if I leak anything, I might just have to take the stream down. But I think it's worth it because it's actually really easy to show. Okay, so here I am sitting on my Mac computer. And I want to access files that are on my Windows computer over there. The only way these two have to communicate is over the network. And I've actually set up on my Windows machine a network share. So we pull up in Finder. And you can connect to that via the SMB protocol. And so on a Mac, if you go to Go and then connect to server, you can do something like this. So what this is saying is use the SMB protocol to connect to the machine on my network with this hostname, which is my Windows computer over there. And then if I click connect, it's going to say yeah. It's going to ask for username and password because I do have that set up. Obviously, if it's just on a home network and you want anyone to be able to access it, you could make it completely open without username and password. But for now, we can click connect. And there we go. So we can see that 2 drives are shared. For some reason, I decided to share the entire C drive. And then I also have this streams folder, and this streams folder is mapped to like a 1 terabyte hard drive that's on my Windows machine. So I'm going to connect to this. Boom. And you can see I have all these MKV files. Let's just pick one. This one's 10 gigabytes. Let's see. This could be weird. It's not. It's just an old stream. And then I can like sync through it. Yeah, so this is actually just an old Coding Garden stream that happened. But what's nice about this SMB protocol is like I don't have to transfer the file to this computer. I basically get this view of the share that's running on that computer, and I can access all of the files just like this was like a drive on my computer. So that's one of the cool things about SMB. Is that basically you can just map it, and then now any drive on your any computer on your network could access the files there. Yeah. AT&T will install fiber in every room. Wait, what? They literally did they run like Ethernet cables? There's no way. There's no way. And welcome in, Acid Spark. Sorry you missed the beginning. Yeah, and like that's another point. Like if you're setting up a network attached storage, your transfer speeds are limited by your network speeds. And so right now, this Windows computer has a, I believe it's a 10 gigabit network card, and then it's plugged into my firewall, which has 10 gigabit network cards, and then I have a wireless router plugged into that, and then this laptop is connecting connecting to the Wi-Fi. Now it has access to that network. I think I need to stop talking about this because I've already gone too far. But that's a cool thing about SMB is like I already have a network share just by right-clicking share on a folder on a Windows computer. You don't need anything complex. And like I technically could plug this USB drive into my computer over there on Windows, set up a network share, and then now access this USB drive anywhere on my my network. I brought these over to show. These are just external hard drives that you could also get. I believe one of these is like 3 terabyte. Yeah, this one's 2 terabyte. This one's 5 terabyte. And so you also could plug these into a computer and then make those accessible. And then this is on the far end of things. This is a hardware RAID system that actually has 4 separate hard drives inside of it. But this enclosure has a controller on it that basically makes it so that when I plug this into any computer, it just appears as one single drive. And then the controller on this is in charge of splitting up the data between the various network drives. Yeah, so this is known as hardware RAID. Okay, so let me just quickly answer, because the question was, any advice? The advice is pick some software. Like, but honestly, you don't even have to, like, if all the computers on your network are Windows machines, you probably don't even need anything special. You could literally right-click a folder, say share, and then it becomes an SMB drive on your network. But if you want a dedicated machine, which I guess in this case you're saying you have an old gaming PC, here are some options. So there's TrueNAS or FreeNAS, and so this is a full Linux distribution. Essentially, you would wipe the computer, install this operating system, and this will allow you to set up shared drives on it. Open Media Vault is another option. It has a lot of built-in services. So like the interesting thing about this one is like the moment you install it, you get all of these services by default into that. So that's one thing. And then Synology, I believe, costs money, but Synology also sells a lot of this hardware stuff. So if you go on Amazon and find a Synology drive, it's going to come with the software that allows it to be shared on your network. So pick from these. These are some of your options. And then one thing you could do is install Proxmox as the main operating system on the machine that you're trying to set up. So Proxmox is a hypervisor, which means it manages virtual machines. So you would install this as the main operating system, and then you could install one of your virtual machines as Open Media Vault or TrueNAS, and then just like try it out. But the interesting thing you can do with Open Media Vault, or likely TrueNAS, I have never done it before, is you can do a thing called software RAID, where essentially you can take all of your storage, like take these hard drives, plug them into the same computer, plug this in as well, plug in your hardware RAID as well, and then within the operating system, you can basically combine all of those separate drives into a single accessible drive that's like one, it shows up as one drive, and it's basically all of the shared amount of storage of all of them. And ZFS is one of the things you can use for that. Like within the operating system, it's going to let you choose a ZFS. And this is what's known as software RAID. Cool. So yeah, my suggestions, look into Open Media Vault, look into TrueNAS. And then also, if it's just a Windows computer, you could just use SMB because it's built in. And there's some other like underlying protocols I'm not super familiar with that you could set up as well. And Pablo, thanks for the bits. Just tuning in, SvelteKit merged the changes. Maybe we'll talk about them. I guess, I mean, the main issue is I have not had extensive experience with SvelteKit. So, I don't know if I'd be the person to walk you through the changes. But there are some major breaking changes in SvelteKit. And Chula Chula is saying, software RAID with JBOD like that is almost always a bad idea. Yeah, so you also want to do your research, because typically you don't want to combine different size drives, because a lot of times you'll be limited by the write speed or the read speed of one of your drives. You want to typically, if you want to do it right, you want to make sure that they all are a similar size and they all have similar read and write speeds, because you could run into weird combination issues like that. But what's nice about software RAID is you can combine drives of different size. Whereas if you're using something like hardware RAID, which is this is a purpose-built device that takes multiple drives and combines them together into a single logical drive, but also has things like error correction and parity. I guess is that the same thing? But with this, all of the drives have to be the same size. So I have 4 10 terabyte hard drives in here. They're all the same manufacturer. They're all the same speed. And this works just fine. But if you're going to do software RAID, you can combine drives of various size. Yeah. I'm confusing different types of RAID. Who? Me? What are you talking about? Okay. That's all I got to say about that. I mean, really, the takeaways are check out Open Media Vault, check out TrueNAS. Yeah. I haven't talked about a single one of those things. I'm not confusing the differences between them. Like, this is set up as RAID 1.0, but I didn't mention that. Because I don't think it's not important for that. Parity is only on 5. Okay, cool. No one's raiding. RAID is array of independent disk or array of inexpensive disks. Yeah. Technically, on some of them, you can have drives of different sizes, but then you're limited to the smallest drive. Yeah. Cool. But like I said, I'm not an expert. Do your own research. Yeah. I would say you probably don't want it accessible outside your local network. And I would say if you do want to access it outside your local network, you should set up a VPN on your local network. So if you want to access it, you first have to connect to the VPN. That puts you on the local network, and then you can attach it or connect to it. Yeah. Okay, thanks for your question, Judge J-Lo. If you asked a question, type ! here. I'll try to answer the easier ones, and then I think we'll try to do an example of payment. That could be cool. I saw another question about CORS that probably would be pretty good to do as well. Yeah, you want some kind of secure layer on top of your network storage. You don't. Yeah. And also, Demond or Timon, I appreciate your clarifications. I just wasn't trying to be specific, and also, like I mentioned, I'm not an expert in these things, so I don't really. I know that parity and error corrections are things that happen in various types of RAID, but I do appreciate your correction. I would say if you want to learn more about RAID, learn more about RAID. Don't listen to me, unless because I haven't done my research to talk about it efficiently yet. Redundant array of independent disks. This is RAID. Cool. All right. Yeah, I agree, Shark Turnip. So probably a year ago at this point, I set up a firewall on my network, and it just gets pinged like crazy. Now, I think some of it has to do with my ISP and how they're doing things, but yeah, my network gets pinged like crazy. Yeah. This stream is brought to you by RAID Storage Solutions. Yeah. Okay. I'll answer this one from Stas, who says, "Is there an active or a live Coding Garden community project to contribute to?" The answer is no, but eventually I want to make one. I just don't have the time right now, and like any spare time I have, I'm devoting it to working on my course. And so I don't really have the time to manage this right now. Now, I realize that like once it gets up and going, really it's the community that manages it. But I think what we learned from the last time that we tried to do this is the project will be more successful if it already has some kind of structure and some kind of process before we start incorporating community contributions. Because what happened with the last one is we just spent so much time like voting on the technology and then deciding on workflow that by the end of it, a lot of people were just burnt out on decision making versus actually coding. So I want to do this, but I want to do it and try to do it in a more effective way. So that way, like essentially, I would set something up, I would make all the upfront decisions, and then now it becomes available for people to contribute and work on. So yeah, exactly. I need to make those decisions myself. Cool. Mihai Andre is asking, would you use Feathers.js to build an API without the socket part? I would, and so I'll talk about Feathers.js really quick, because I've talked about it in the past, and I like it. Though, the more I use TypeScript on the back end, like the more I see that like there are things that Feathers isn't doing yet that would be really nice if they would do. And there's a version 5 of Feathers coming out that's going to support a lot of interesting TypeScript stuff. So one of the hot things right now is TRPC, which allows you to basically define an API with TypeScript types, and then it automatically generates the types for the client. Feathers.js is working on a similar thing, and they're calling it schemas. So essentially, you could spin up a Feathers app and then you get the TypeScript definitions that you can import on the client side to get similar autocomplete like this. But one of the benefits of Feathers are their built-in adapters. So they have adapters for all kinds of ORMs and databases. And essentially, someone has already done the hard work of all of the create, read, update, delete operations. So you pull in these adapters, point it at a database table, and then you instantly get all the operations that you would want. And then that gets mapped to a service. And a service is just a class with all of these methods that you can either override or just use the built-in ones, which will, using an adapter, automatically talk to your database. But then if you want to override them or do custom stuff, you can in the service methods themselves. Or you could use these things called hooks, which are essentially like middlewares that you can run before one of the things happens, or when there's an error, or after one of the things happens. So they have a really nice way of structuring your backend code and a lot of built-in stuff that'll do all this stuff for you. Now comes the question, would you use an API without the socket part? So the other interesting thing is you define your service like this, or there is a Prisma adapter. It's not listed on there, but if you search for Feathers Prisma, somebody's done it. This one, it's not official, but it does do it. And then like another aspect of it that I didn't mention is there's like a built-in query syntax that you also get by default on top of the create, read, update, delete operations. But so you define your service this way, or you use an already implemented adapter that implements all of these service methods, and then you can expose it over a transport. So this is just general application code. It doesn't care about if it's REST or if it's sockets or if it's GraphQL. You just define your code this way, and then you plug it in to a, let's say, an Express transport, and now it makes that service available as a REST API. Or if you plug it into the Socket.io transport, it makes it a WebSocket API. Or if you don't like Socket.io, you could use Primus, which is another way of doing WebSocket stuff. And it now exposes your service over WebSockets. So all of that to say, absolutely. So even if I was building an API that didn't use WebSockets, Feathers provides so much for you. And the She-Boss, thank you very much for the gifts. Feathers provides so much for you that if you ever did want to support sockets, it's as easily as just enabling the socket transport. Whereas if you just wanted to make a REST API, you just enable the Express transport. And they always talked about supporting other transports. So like, let's say you wanted to use Fastify or you wanted to use Koa. You could potentially use those instead of Express. I think Express is the only official REST adapter right now. And I think, I haven't kept up to date with it, but I think in the next version of Feathers, a lot of this stuff will be supported, including the like client-side type generation type stuff. So to answer your question, yeah, I would still choose it just because it has so much built in that you don't have to write yourself. And then eventually, if you did want to support WebSockets, you could add that piece. And Linus is asking, what are sockets? So sockets are a general computer science and computer thing, network sockets. And then specifically on the web, we work with WebSockets, which is a browser API that lets us... Oh, did I search eBay for WebSockets? Wikipedia, yeah. And so WebSockets work on the web, where essentially you have a real-time connection to some backend server. And what's up, the real Python? Lol. For example, the real-time stuff happening right now with Twitch chat, everyone say hi. If you just say hi, I saw that message almost instantly, and then after about 5 seconds of delay, we're going to see other people saying hi as well, just like that. This is real-time. This is real-time communication. People are doing it, and then everyone else in the world that's on this website is seeing it happening in real time. That is possible through things like WebSockets. Let's say there are ways of doing this without WebSockets, but WebSockets make it really efficient to do because you essentially have a persistent connection between the client and the server. So the client can connect to the server, and then now the server can say, here's some new data, and the client can instantly get that without the client having to ask for new data. And so this is opposed to the like client-server like request-response model. which is the client says, hey, server, do you have any data? And the server's like, yes, here's the data. And the client says, hey, server, do you have any data? And the server's like, no, I don't have any data. And then the client says, hey, server, do you have any data? So that's request response. But WebSockets make it so that you just open the connection and now the data can transfer over it. And specifically what's happening on Twitch chat is, and this isn't quite UDP. UDP would be a lower level protocol that WebSockets are built on top of. And they might actually use TCP, not UDP. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not that this isn't a good idea. This could work in some scenarios, but if you want truly real time, and if you want it to be more performant, then you would want to use something like WebSockets. Yeah. WebSockets use TCP. Cool. And this actually gets into what I'm making a course on. If you look at the IP stack, Internet Protocol, or IP Suite, Internet Protocol Suite, these are all of the various protocols that the web are built on top of. So you can see that like TCP and UDP are transport layers. So that's how the data actually makes it. But something like WebSockets are going to be in the application layer because they use TCP communication under the hood. But as a web developer, you don't have to deal with the actual TCP connections. You use the higher level WebSockets protocol, which under the hood is using something like TCP. Yeah, and so basically in the course that I'm doing, I'm introducing the OSI model, which is the, actually I don't even know what it stands for, but I'll tell you. I'll tell you what it stands for. The Open Systems Interconnect, which talks about all these various layers. And really, I touch on this for like 2 minutes. Because as a newer web developer, as a full stack developer, I think you should be aware of this model. I don't think you necessarily should have it memorized, because typically if you get a computer science degree, you go into a network course and you probably have to take a test on this and describe each of the layers. I would say as a full stack web developer, you don't really need to know it, but it's good to know of it, if that makes any sense. And because as a full stack web developer, you're typically just working in the application layer, but you do have some transport layer stuff because you do have to deal with things like DHCP, like getting an IP address automatically, or DNS, like looking up, or sorry, transport would be TCP and UDP. You still should know what those words are. You don't necessarily use them on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, don't memorize things you can look up, and that's something I'm trying to make apparent in the course. So my plan is to make the course like $5 US. But we'll see. I don't know how Udemy does their pricing. I actually haven't even looked into Udemy yet. So, RSVP your tunnel through a telnet IP. I don't think that's. I haven't heard the word RSVP used in. Is that an actual protocol? I mean, I know it stands for like. That's typically how you like reserve that you're going to go to an event or something like that. Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not worried about making a bunch of money on this course. I want this course to give me exposure. So I'm going to release this course, and then people will see me and decide if they like they like me, if they like my teaching style, or if they like my demeanor, and then that will lead them to like the Twitch stream and YouTube and stuff like that. Under transport, I've literally never heard of this. Resource reservation protocol. Reserve resource across a network using the integrated services model. Huh. Is that where the term RSVP comes from, and then we just use it for calendars? I want to look it up. There's a quality of service protocol called RSVP. I'm glad you're still here, Demon. I didn't mean to... I don't know if you were still here when I apologized, but I did not mean to talk to you that way, because you were right in talking about the various stuff, but I was trying to make the point that I wasn't trying to get technical about it. But thank you for making a clarification earlier. Based on Udemy prices, you should charge more. Yeah, but I guess it'll depend. Right now, on my course, I don't think it's going to be any longer than 4 hours, maybe 8 hours at the most. But if you look at some of these other courses, like full stack web development, from Dr. Angela Yu or Colt Steele, these are like 50-hour courses. Yeah, so 64 hours, and this one's 65 hours, and they're charging 35. So I'm doing something comparable, but for the amount of hours, I don't know. Yeah. Now, I might look into that as an option. Like, you have to be a YouTube member to watch it. But the main reason I would choose Udemy is because of the amount of exposure. Like, if you look at Colt Steele's web development course, he has had 809,000 students, all of which paid probably like at least $12, because this goes on sale a lot of the times. Some people probably even paid $120, or some people paid $35, but still, that's a ton of exposure and quite a bit of income just for being on Udemy. And so a lot of people use Udemy as like a course search engine, which is why I'm probably going to put it there. Yeah. Respondez s'il vous plaît. I don't know if I said that right. Please respond. Please respond. RSVP is an initialism derived from the French phrase "Respondez s'il vous plaît," literally meaning "respond if you please." All right, let's see how to really pronounce this.
Respond, please. Répondez, s'il vous plaît.
Répondez, s'il vous plaît. I didn't know that s'il vous plaît was spelled like that. This is my one complaint about French. All of the words just fall off. Like, they're written this way. S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Croissant. See, so basically French, all of the words just fall off. You don't pronounce the end of the word. Respondez, s'il vous plaît.
Répondez, s'il vous plaît.
Répondez, s'il vous plaît. Well, thank you, Luis. A croissant. So I think I tried to learn French one time, but it was too hard to go from like written French to spoken French, because just because of that, like they're not pronounced the way it's written. I don't know. Yeah. S'il vous plaît. Okay, so RSVP does stand for something, but if you look at the RSVP disambiguation, there are a lot of things that are named after that, and then computer scientists are not original, so they just reuse this abbreviation to do something similar as to respond, please. Yeah. S'il vous plaît? S'il vous plaît? Por favor? Bitteschön. How do you say it in Japanese? Is it domo arigato? Domo arigato? How do you say thank you in Japanese? Obrigado. Is that Portuguese? Thank you in Japanese. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Yep, is that it? Onegashimasu. Onegashimaru. Onegashimaru. I know you don't usually pronounce like the U's on the end of like Japanese. Masu. Onegashimasu. Mash, like that.
Arigatou gozaimashita.
Arigatou gomaisashita. Arigatou gomaisashita.
Arigatou gozaimashita.
Arigatou gozaimashita. Okay, let's keep moving. So yeah, to answer your question, Mihai Andre, I probably would, just because Feathers provides a whole lot more than just the API piece. Thank you for your question. Buenos días, ¿dónde está la biblioteca? Está aquí. It is here. Yeah. I think that was more of a very proper thank you. like because Japanese is a language where depending on who you're talking to,
ありがとう、友よ。
Arigato, tomoyo. Muy auténtico. Yeah, okay. I'm definitely going to answer this one from Shah, because this actually could be YouTube content. Though I feel like everything I do is just like, I do it too rambly, and then I'm like, I don't think this could make a YouTube video. Mainly because I feel like if I actually took the time to like write it all down and plan it out, then it would make a better YouTube video. But me doing it live and talking about it live and planning it live, I don't know. Explain CORS in Japanese. Have I tried Flutter? I'd love to see a small project with it. This could be another fun thing as well. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick the questions that I'm going to try to answer today, and then we'll just say that that's all I'm going to answer today, because there are a few more. So if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. We're going to decide on if we're going to answer it, and then if I don't pick your question, you'll know that I didn't get to it today. I apologize, but, you know, doing my best. I'll answer this one. Any news about the new course? I'm working on it. Honestly, it's taking longer than I thought, just because I'm just being really picky about what I want to say and what I don't want to say, especially because I want it to be more of a crash course and more consolidated rather than really long and really in-depth. So the news is I'm working on it, and that's why I'm only streaming 2 days this week, because any day I'm not streaming, I'm spending working on the course. So yeah. What do I think of GitHub Copilot? Do you think it will be a normal thing to use in next years? I think it probably will be, because like it's basically like IntelliSense on steroids, like really, really good IntelliSense. The reason I don't use it is because the source of its suggestions are questionable, and I'm kind of sticking my nose up at like proper open source and proper crediting and sharing of source code. At the same time, all of the code did come from GitHub, and GitHub is a corporation, and they do have a thing in their terms of service that pretty kind of says they can do whatever they want with your source code, even if it has a license on it. I think. I don't know. I may be wrong there, but there is a moral thing when you're using GitHub Copilot, because they used a lot of sources that weren't necessarily like MIT license. So yeah, that's a thing. And so you never really know. But at the same time, like watching other people use it, it looks kind of amazing. Also, I don't think it's good for people that are teaching. And I teach a lot, because if a student has it turned on, or someone that's new to coding has it turned on, they're going to be more inclined to just use the suggestions instead of actually understanding what those suggestions are really doing. Now, don't get me wrong. Obviously, as a newer programmer, as a student, if you're using GitHub Copilot, you could be very diligent about the things you decide to pull in and actually research them, but it is a good tool to get you there, to basically present those options to you. However, it's really easy to not dig deeper and be like, oh yeah, I'll just use that suggestion without really knowing what it does. So I don't know. I think overall it's a cool idea, and I do think eventually it will be like the default IntelliSense of sorts. But it's tricky. It's tricky. Yeah. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah. So if you're an experienced programmer and you're trying to learn something new, it could be a good way of like getting suggestions and stuff like that. Hola, soy Dora. Can you say, ¿Puedes hacerme un sándwich? I like when English words are used in Spanish. Sandwich? Hacerme. That means make me. How is it not called CodePilot? You know what? I bet that was on the table as a... Oh. No. I want English. I want English sandwich to Spanish. Emperadado. Sandwich. It's the same. Bocadillo. Puedes hacerme un bocadillo. All right. Cool. Banan is asking, have I done anything with gRPC and protobufs? I haven't. So gRPC is something remote procedure call. What's the G stand for? Does it not stand for anything? It stands for everything. General remote procedure call. Google remote procedure call. Yeah. Is it? It's probably Google RPC. Cool, but remote procedure call is basically a procedure is a word for a function. We don't. I would say some people still use the word procedure, but I will say the only time I've ever used the word procedure is if I'm talking about somebody else that used the word procedure. But it does look like one of those anachronisms. Is that what they're called? Where it references itself in the acronym. But procedure is just another word. Think of it as another word for function. And then remote means on some other place. And call means to invoke or request. So this is a way of invoking or requesting functions remotely. Basically a lot of the JSON-based APIs that I work on are really just JSON RPC, because I typically don't adhere to the actual REST specification, which entails a lot more. Basically, I'm writing backend functions that respond with JSON, so I'm basically building JSON RPC APIs. But gRPC, I believe, is like a totally other protocol. And then protobufs are a way of really efficiently handling data over a network. But yeah, I haven't done anything with them. I have not. Yeah, YAML is yet another markup language. And then they changed it to YAML 8 mark. Yeah, so what is the... let's look up GNU. Because GNU stands for GNU is not Unix, and so it references itself. Oh, a wild beast. It references itself in the... Recursive acronym is the word I'm looking for. Recursive acronym. Yeah, okay, I saw a question from a newbie. Welcome in, CodeSnake. And as Head is asking, do I know how to connect to Node.js to MySQL? Yeah, you're going to want to look for a database driver. And there is literally one called MS... or not MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server. There's literally a Node.js driver for MS SQL. So you can use this. Literally install it, and then you can just straight up run queries. But I would suggest, if you're newer to Node, and you're not using an ORM, check out Connects. Because Connects is a little higher level. You can do things like inserts and stuff. This gets turned into SQL code. But you can tell Connects to use the MS SQL connector. Or you could use this thing that we just started trying. If you're using like TypeScript and stuff, you can use this thing called Keysly. Keysly will be a little bit more effort to set up because it is more general, but it has really good TypeScript support. But I would guess that if you're asking this question, you're probably newer to Node. And if you're newer to Node, you might just use this one directly, or use something like Connects directly. Hopefully that helps you. But if you look in both of their docs, they'll show you how to get it set up. And then, if you're newer as well, I suggest you look into .env if you have not yet, because this is going to let you hide your database password and stuff in your source code. So look that up too. The here command is for people that have asked questions. Yeah. Cool. Quick stretch. And then we'll start writing some code. I think I've pretty much selected all the ones that I'm gonna answer. Here we go. Sonny keeps saying F. I don't have any dropped frames. Oh, I do have 48 dropped frames. That's not good. But other than that, it looks like I have a solid connection. Does PHP stand for PHP Hypertext Processor? I didn't know that. I did not know that PHP was a recursive acronym. Yeah, and then NPM, so I mean, since we're talking about acronyms, NPM does not stand for Node Package Manager. It's just NPM. And then if you look on their website, they have a bunch of possible expansions of the acronym NPM. Nanobots protecting microbots. Novice, practice, mastered. No-op, pop, map. Nanometers per millisecond. So they have an entire repo of all of these like possible NPM expansions. Yeah. SQL is an abbreviation. SQL. Yeah. Oh, you've been trying, but it's not working? If you join the Discord, we might be able to help you out. We have a backend help channel. If you want to post your question in there, it'll help if you have like a connection code example of what you're trying to do, and maybe if you post your error messages, we can try and help you out. How do I get my Twitch name Multicolored? I don't want to tell you because then everybody's gonna do it. But I guess I will tell you because 7TV is pretty cool. 7TV app. I am a subscriber to 7TV. And you might have seen other streamers have 7TV set up with like custom emotes. Like really, if you look at mine, if you have Franker faces installed, you can see all of the 7TV emotes that I have enabled. So this is 7TV. And then if you become a subscriber, you get cool things, cool subscriber perks. Like I don't know if you've seen it, but if you go to, like if you see me, if you see my icon on Twitch, it's actually animated. Look at that. And I set that up through 7TV. But also, as a subscriber, you get to set up the colors of your name. Yeah. And what's up, American 2050? Welcome in. Keasley's news. Keasley is cool, man. I want to use Keasley with Node to see like how it works, and because I believe they already have connectors for Node, but Keasley is nice. NPM stands for NPM Package Manager. Cool. I don't know if someone did it, but this is what I'm using for my break timer. SSL is Secure Sockets Layer, and I did learn recently that basically SSL isn't a thing anymore because we use TLS. I used to use the terms interchangeably, but then I was in a meeting with some more technical and pedantic people, and they're like, "You're still using SSL?" And I was like, "No, I'm using whatever the latest is and whatever's supported, but I just call it SSL. But really, I technically was actually using TLS version 1.3, which is the latest." But this is how we do encrypted communication on the web, is through SSL, but it's actually TLS. It's not SSL anymore. But I still use it interchangeably. I don't know. Technically, it's still SSL? Okay. I would call it DApp, so that's Decentralized App. Yeah, I wanted to do a whole series on, like, pronunciation of things. So it'd be cool. Actually, I might get that going. It'd be cool to create a GitHub repo where people can submit things that actually do have multiple pronunciations. And then we could use that repo as a source. Yeah. How to become a better software engineer. Practice. And good practice. Don't just keep doing the same things over and over again. Try to get better. Try to do things. Always strive to be better. Like after you've written a piece of code, you can be proud of it for like a minute. And then after that minute, be like, how can I make this better? How can I make this the best possible code? If you just keep doing that, you'll be a better software engineer. Yeah, they call it SSL, TLS in the name. I don't know. Can't decide between Nest and Express. Have any ideas? Okay. Nest, extremely opinionated, and actually uses Express under the hood. So if you want all of the opinions of Nest, which for some people could be good. It depends on like what you're used to or where you're coming from. They have a lot of opinions about like structure and what you use. But under the hood, it just uses Express anyways, and Express is extremely unopinionated. Express is just a way of defining request handlers and middlewares. That's it. Nest provides a whole lot more and a lot more structure on top of it. So it really depends on what you're looking for. TLS is built on SSL. Okay, cool. I agree, Shark Turnip. We tricked rocks into thinking for us. Yeah. Prime math dot square root is squirt and not square root. No, it's square root. But I could see someone who doesn't have a math background that they see that and they're like, oh yeah, math squirt. I've never heard that before, and that's really weird. But I could see it. I mean, I was kind of joking. You could take longer than that. Like, you can relish in your accomplishments for, I don't know, a day. But after that, look back at your code and be like, can I do this better? Like, am I doing it? Is this the most efficient way? Is this the best way of structuring my code? Is my code modular enough? If you just keep asking yourself these questions and you actually try to answer them, you're gonna become a better software developer. Yeah, and Uwascump is saying, I've only ever used Express or Flask. Yeah, and so a quick history lesson for you all. Sinatra is where all of this stuff came from. And it came from the world of Ruby. So Express, Flask, there's a .NET one. I forget what it's called. There's a one for PHP called like Tiny PHP. There's one in Java, but all of those originated from Sinatra. So Sinatra was a Ruby framework and domain-specific language for creating APIs, very simply. Like, you say, this is a request handler that will respond to a GET method on this path, and we will respond with this text right here. So they were the first to do it, and then each language and framework that came along tried to copy it. So Express is kind of like Sinatra for Node.js, and Flask is kind of like Sinatra for Python. Let's see an example. Yeah, look at this. So we have a route on slash that responds with a string. If we look at the example in Express, we have a route on slash that responds with a string. Isn't it like... Oh, Nancy is the .NET one. Yeah, so Nancy was Sinatra's wife or something like that. Yeah, so this is how you do it in C#. We'll create a GET request that responds on slash with a string. So yeah. Yeah. They're all inspired by Sinatra. And so if you're in a new language, you could search for like Sinatra style Go web framework. Let's see if they have one in Go. Is there a Sinatra style web framework for Erlang? Mochi Web, apparently. Sinatra-inspired regex and pattern mux web framework for Go. Not maintained. We could probably find a better one, but yeah. They all have a similar style where it's like method, path, handler. Cool. Rogue Soul, thanks for the prime. I didn't hear it pop up. Yeah. Thoughts on other famous streamers bashing some technologies that could lead to upcoming deaths to the wrong path? Yeah, I do, and I think it was last Q&A stream, so last week I talked about this. But maybe I could try to really collect my thoughts and turn this into a YouTube video. Let's see. I realize these messages are related to things I was talking about earlier, but yes, they're funny. Yeah. Merge request or pull request? I think pull request... Isn't pull request GitHub specific? Because it's technically a request to merge changes. Yeah. I don't know. I would say, because like GitHub is just like the hosted version of Git, but they came up with like newer terms that were more specific to collaborating with GitHub. So I think the term pull request came from that. Okay, so Kush Alien is saying TFS, which is Team Foundation Server, uses pull request as well. Then I had to bring Ruby out. Listen, I have a soft spot for very opinionated things. Like Ruby on Rails, extremely opinionated. And that just results in more predictable code bases. And it makes it easier to hire for your code base because any Ruby dev that's worked with Rails is going to be able to work in your app. Whereas if you're doing something like React, I mean, it's not the best comparison because React is really just front end, but your team built up your entire React stack. And now any new member needs to learn all the specific libraries that you're using for React and such. I don't know. Oh, it's his daughter. Okay, not his wife. Cool. Oh, yeah, and then I don't know if Laravel... Yeah, I think Laravel has a like a minimal way of doing things. But yeah, I didn't find a PHP one. Sinatra style PHP web framework. Diano? It's got 27 stars. Oh well. I need to stop talking about this and write some code. Yeah. Scalatra. Oh, I'll look this one up because we do have some Java devs here. A simple, accessible, and free web micro framework. And this you use Java. Look at this. This might be the nicest Java I've ever seen. Oh wait, oh no, this isn't Java. Like this is like a custom. Or is this using Scala? But I guess with Scala you can use Java. So it is Scala, right? Is that accurate? You can use Java and Scala? Yes, okay. Because I was about to say, I was like, this is some custom, but it looks really nice. This is the most minimal Java-looking code I've ever seen. Though then all of a sudden it looks like JSX, but I think that's just their specific thing. Huh. All right. Here we go. Let's answer some more questions. I don't think I'll do this one today. TNS names I don't know what that means. And then we will talk about this CORS one. Cool. I've been live for 2 hours, so I'm going to take a quick break, but when I come back, we're going to talk about payment APIs, and we are going to do a quick implementation. I believe, so I don't have a Stripe account right now. I believe Stripe will let me sign up without like adding a bank account, because I can just be in dev mode, and then we'll look at Braintree as well. Yeah, we'll take a quick break. Go grab a coffee, take a bio break. You have an, I'm not going to use your account. No. I want to create my own. I don't want to risk exposing. I mean, any API key I expose would be a dev API key anyways, but we'll use my own. Before I go, are there any other payment APIs people have used with Node or any other thing? Stripe is probably the biggest and the main one. Braintree comes from PayPal. And they also have like crypto integrated and stuff. I guess, yeah, you technically could use PayPal directly, but I think they recommend using Braintree directly. I don't think I answered your question, One Computer Guy. If you do exclamation mark here, let's see if it pops up, and then I'll answer it before I take a quick break. Never heard of QuickPay? Or RazorPay? We'll look into all these things when I get back. Oh, and then Square. I always... When I hear Square, I just think Stripe, but they are two separate things. Yeah. Oh, and then yeah, so I'm only going to stick with things that are like US specific, but I will mention that like if you're in another country, you might have to find something specific to your country. Can you do Apple Pay directly? And then I know Venmo got purchased up by PayPal as well. Welcome into the dough. Yeah. How is my hair so dense? I don't know, but I'm really lucky. I'm really, really lucky. I also don't have any gray hairs. I'm extremely lucky. Okay. So we're going to talk about payments when I get back. We'll also, depending on who's here when I get back, we'll expand on this list to see if there's anything else. I'm going to leave you with a YouTube video while I'm gone. I don't think my thick hair has anything to do with my shampoo. But it is, I will say it is shea butter based. I like it because it is, it makes my skin smooth. Yeah. I don't have any gray hairs yet. Exactly. Growth mindset. That's really funny. Yeah, we'll see if Google Pay has a integration as well. Actually, it would. Yeah. What did I get yesterday that was Google Pay? Sandwich. I bought a sandwich from a local place that delivered to me. They're over there, that way. And they used Google Pay. Okay. It's still a thing apparently. Yeah. My go-to API framework for Node, I mean, up until now it's been Feathers, but I'm starting to look into other things that have better TypeScript support. That said, Feathers version 5 is coming out soon, and it is going to have really good TypeScript support, but this is my favorite. We have a thing called VIPs. When you want to pay with VIPs, you just type in your phone number, you get a notification, and pay with your info. Oh, interesting. I mean, that kind of, well, because there's also like WeChat, which is what they use in China, probably some other places too. But yeah. Thank you, Stas. Stas, you've always got the good Wikipedia links. You've always got the good... Yeah, we'll pull this one up when we come back. All right, let me find a video to leave you with. And handlebars or EJS? I like handlebars, but there are some things that you can't do in handlebars that you can do in EJS. You can't do out of the box. So there are certain things in handlebars, if you want to do, you actually have to add like a plugin or an extension. Do I have any video on CORS? Because maybe that would help us. I definitely have a video on CORS. I just don't know because it's buried in some Q&A somewhere, and I have no idea how to find it. I was a guest on their stream that helped them debug a CORS issue, but I think at the end of the day, it didn't even have to do with a CORS thing. Welcome in, Pretty Troubles. Fireship did it, though I think I can do it better. And not to discount what they did a great job, but I think I can do it better because a lot of people just dive into like definitions and stuff like that, where I think I have an easier approach to understanding CORS. 99? Why is everyone saying 99? Oh, in 99 seconds? No, I don't mean faster. I mean a more effective understanding of CORS. I probably would take twice the amount of time though. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's happened in the past year or two, with all these coding channels getting a lot more subs and stuff. Yeah, but I mean, that's really all it takes, Shaw, is like learn just enough to talk about it. Like, you don't have to be an expert in it. I mean, yeah. Oh, he built his own JS framework? Let's see, did he copy me? Let's see the code. I built a JavaScript framework. Show me the code. Flamethrower. That's a good name. I'll give him that. It's a good name. Status meme. Quick start. Create a flamethrower router? Oh, is it server-side rendered? Let's look at his tests. So you can navigate to pages. Okay. the term JavaScript framework is thrown around very loosely here. At least from his tests, it kind of seems like a router of sorts, but he didn't really create. Did he create a component system? I guess I could just watch his video, but also I'll point. Actually, that's exactly the video I'm going to play for you. I'm going to play you CJ creating a framework. Welcome in, Petty Troubles, who's a spaghetti coder. And Physique, thanks for the 15 months. Says, it's been so great watching the channel and stream grow. Thanks for all the streams. Thank you. Thank you. So here's the thing. We have this one, which is from 5 years ago, and then we have one from like 3 or 4 years ago. One of them, you can see my face. One of them, you can't see my face. Oh, well, was it 2 years ago? No, it was longer than that. 2019, huh. Okay, which one do we want? Do we want the one from 5 years ago or the one from 2 years ago? Which one did we watch last week? Or more recently? This is the one that has like the drunk people yelling in the background. This is the one, there's still people there. Okay, so let's watch this one. Because we did watch that other one, right? Right? Or are you guys saying which one you want to watch? Actually, let's do a quick poll. And then I'll go on a break. So 1 is the older one, 2 is the newer one. I would say they're about the same. Like the only difference is the newer one, I use import-export syntax because it's supported in the browser, but other than that, it's pretty much the same code. I don't know about that, Chikinsky. Like, I don't know if that's even possible. Like, to grab their cookie, unless you build some sort of browser extension. And if you build a browser extension, you probably could get it. I'm gonna vote this one. This one. What's up, JZ Chaos? If it's a tie, we're going with my choice. That is funny. That's very funny. I mean, technically, I already put my vote for 1, so 2 technically won. But I'm gonna go with this one. Here we go. I don't take a nap. No, I'm probably gonna grab a quick lunch and go to the restroom. So this one is about 28 minutes long. I might not be gone for this whole. I might only be gone for 20 minutes. We'll see. But this is me building my own JavaScript framework. Yeah, grab out your popcorn. I'll be back in 20-ish minutes. Did I have Flux on? I think I had Flux while I was presenting. I did. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, see you soon. My name is CJ. Thank you all for sticking around to the end to watch vanilla JavaScript. This is gonna be so much fun. Before we get into this, I would all like us to close our eyes. We're gonna do a quick thought experiment. All right, close your eyes. Okay, you're stranded on a desert island. All you have is vanilla JavaScript. A millionaire lands his helicopter and he's like, "Hey, if you build the app that runs my mansion
resort that I'm about to build with vanilla JavaScript, I'll give you $1 million. Open your eyes. Could you do it? Could you do it? After this, maybe you could. But that's really why I'm doing this. So honestly, like Vue.js is my favorite framework, and I probably would have done it in this. Vue is awesome. But I'm doing it in vanilla just to show kind of like what's happening under the hood in a lot of these frameworks. Cool. So when you think vanilla, maybe you think like jQuery or DOM manipulation or something like that, but I'm actually going to code this in the style of model view controller. So we're actually going to have data binding. We're going to have templates. It's going to be amazing, all in 20 minutes. All right, to build this app, we're going to need an app. We're going to need a component. A component is going to have a model, a view, and a controller. We're going to need a router. We're going to need an API, all the same things that everyone else used, but we're going to write it from scratch. No wires, all from scratch. No frameworks. Let's do this. All right. Okay, we're going to write some code. Now, what I have, I'm going to take this off. So I have the basic HTML set up because I'm going to write JavaScript. Don't care about HTML, but let's go ahead and start this up. I'm going to use Light Server. It's an auto-refreshing server. And so by default, we kind of start off where everyone else was. We got our header. We got the main area of the app. But let's write some JavaScript. So what I'm going to do right at the bottom of the body is I'm going to pull in a script tag. And I'm going to make an app folder, and I'm going to create a main.js. Now, one of the things you're going to see me do is called consume first development. So like I said, there are no wires. Everything that I write and every method that I call, I have to actually write. But you're going to see me call that method or call that class before it even exists. So just like I'm pulling this JavaScript file in before it exists. So let's create a folder. We'll call it app. Inside this folder, we'll create a file and call it main.js. And inside of here, I need an app. So I'm going to create an app variable and set it equal to the instance of an app. But I don't have an app yet. I'll have to create it. But when we create an app, we're going to tell it what the root element is, just like you would in any other framework. So right here, I'm going to say your root is on the element with the ID app. So over here on my HTML, on my main, I'm going to give it an ID of app. Wonderful. How can we make this work? We need an app class. We need to be able to create an instance of an app. So right here in app, not in that, in app, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this lib. Lib is short for library. This is really like any sort of reusable code. So this app is technically reusable. So inside of here, I'm going to create app.js. And here, I'm just going to have a class called app. Now, when I created the instance of the app, I passed in the selector. So this is the thing that's going to be the element that our app is going to exist on. So right inside of the constructor, I'm going to create a property on the instance of the app called app element. And that is going to be document.querySelector. And we'll pass in the selector that we passed in. This is pretty much the only DOM manipulation that I'm going to be doing is setting the element. Everything else is going to work very similar to how you see it in frameworks and such. Awesome. So I've got myself an app. Our very first story is to, as a lonely dog, I want to see a list of all the dogs that are available so that I can see my dating options. So to do this, I'm going to create a dogs component. So this is going to be a component that represents the list of all the dogs. So over here on my main, I'm going to add a component to the app. So I'm going to say app.addComponent. This is just going to be an object of options, and I'm going to give it a name. In this case, I'm going to call it dogs. Now our component is going to have MVC, Model View Controller. So if we think about what we've seen tonight, the dogs component, its model has a dogs array, right? So the component here, the dogs array, that represents the data, which represents the view. So this component is also going to have a view property. And what I'm going to make the view is going to be a function that takes in the model, and then it just returns an HTML string that represents that view with the model. So right now, it's going to be a very simple view. It's just going to say there are, and then I'm going to throw a template literal. I'm going to say model.dogs.length. Dogs. So initially, when we actually see this component, it's going to say there are 0 dogs, because the array is empty. Wonderful. But what I need to happen is, whenever the app loads up, I actually want to load this component. I want to show it right there. So for that, I'm going to use a router. So let's create a router. So right down here, I'm going to say const router equals new router. And I'm going to pass the app into the router so the router knows how to switch out components. So do that. And then I'm also going to actually add a route to the router. So I'm going to say router.addRoute. And in this case, I'm going to specify the name of the component I want to route to. So in this case, I'm going to say dogs, go to the dogs component. And here I'll specify the URL that when we see that URL, we should go to this specific component. Now this, I'm actually going to use a regular expression. I'll show it for now. When we see that URL //dogs, that's when we want to see this component. But to make it a regular expression, I'll say it must begin with that and it must end with that. So when the router sees this specific URL, please load the dogs component. Awesome. Now I need a router. So in my lib folder, I'm going to create a file, call it router.js. I'm going to create a class called router. The router accepts an app as a parameter, and we're just going to put it on the instance of the router. So this.app equals app. And we had that method add route. So add route accepts the name of the component and the URL. And we want to store this route inside of the router so that way when the URL changes, we can find that specific route. So right here, I'm going to push into a routes array a simple object that has a name and a URL. But you're wondering, where is this routes URL? No wires, right? No wires. This.routes is an empty array. So we initialize it as nothing. Each route we add is going to get pushed into this array. Awesome. But now we want to tap into when the URL changes. So when the URL changes, let's load this route. Well, the browser has this handy-dandy thing built in called #change. So I'm going to add an event listener to the window called #change. And when that event happens, I want to run a function inside of my router. So I'm going to say this.#change. So down here, I need a #change function, so #change. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. Yes, push into the routes array. But this #change function, this is just going to get called. Right now, I'm just going to log window.location. So we can see what the actual URL is when the route changes. I need to bring the router into my HTML and the app and everything else. Everything's broken right now. So let's bring in our app. And we'll also bring in our router. App, lib, router. Beautiful. OK, and then the last thing is, so when I click on the header, I actually want this to load the dogs route. So let's see this in action. App.add component is not a function. OK, we can't see it in action yet. We need to implement add component on the app. So if we go over to app, we'll implement add component. This will accept the component. And for the app itself, I'm just going to have an object with all of the components inside of it with their name as a key. So it's going to be an object. So I'll say this.components by name, and that's going to be an object. And then whenever we add a component, I'm going to say this.components by name at component.name equals the component. Wonderful. OK, so at least that exists. No errors. But now when I click this, we see the location log. So we're tapping into location changed. And you'll notice the URL changed up here. So the location changed. Window.location gives us lots of information, like where we are, what our host is, what our origin is. But it has this handy-dandy hash value. And we can use that to find the route that matches this hash and show that component. So let's do that. So in our router, right about here, we need to find the component that matches that URL. So I'm going to store the hash in a variable, so window.location.hash. And right here, I need to find that route. So I'm just going to filter on the route. So I'm going to say const route equals this.routes.filter. And I want to find the route where the hash matches a regular expression with the route's URL. And I want to grab the first one. So if it's going to iterate over every route that I have. If at any point it matches the URL, I get that route back. So here I'll just log out the route. Now, I could just run this code, but what's going to happen is this event listener is actually bound to the this of the window and not of the instance. So I'm going to go ahead and bind #change so we don't run into that. So right here, I'm going to say this.#change is this.#change.bind this. So when the event gets invoked by the window, this method will have the this of the router, and this.routes will be an actual thing. So we'll come over here, we'll refresh it to nothing. When we click on that, we actually get the route. So the route has a name and a URL. Wonderful. Now let's show that component now that we've found that route. So we found the route. I'll just do some quick validation. So I'll say like if route, if we did find it, I'm going to say this.app.show component. And here we're going to pass in the route.name because I found the route. I need to tell the app, hey, here's this, the URL just changed. Please load the component with this name. So we'll do that. If there was no route, I'll just call show component with nothing, and we'll display like a not found or something like that. Cool. So now I need show component in my app. So right after add component, I'm going to say show component. It's going to take the name of the component. I'm going to create an instance variable called current component. And I'm going to set that equal to this.componentsByName at the name. So we'll grab that component based on its name, and then I want to update the view now that I know what the current component is. So right here, I'm going to say this.update view. Cool. So now we need an update view function. So update view is simply going to set the HTML of the app element. So right here, I'm going to say this.appElement.inner HTML equals this.currentComponent.view, right? Because the view is a function, so we invoke it, and then we need to pass in the model. So this.currentComponent, you pass in the model, and nothing. No, so one thing is, so when the page loads, the hash change actually doesn't kick in. So what we can do is we can say, when the DOM content loads, check the hash change and load that component. So let's just do that. In our router, right about here, we'll say DOM content loaded. And now, boom, there are 0 dogs. Sweet. So right now it's a very, very basic view, right? So there are 0 dogs. Now we want to actually get those dogs from the API, set them on the component, and this should say there are 3 dogs. Cool. Now to do that, I'm going to create an API class. So we're going to create an instance of it here. So const API equals new API. And we'll just create this in the lib folder. We'll call it api.js. This is going to be a class called API. And it's going to have an instance property called API URL. And that is going to be equal to this. Yeah, that. Bam. Okay, but this needs a function on it. We need to get the dogs. Just like Brooks, I'm going to use the built-in fetch method. So fetch is built into the browser. It's a beautiful thing. And we can make API requests with it. So we'll grab it. We'll then get back the result, and we'll turn that result into JSON. Wonderful. Now let's use this getDogs function inside of our component. So in main.js, we've got our view. We now need a controller. So just like the view function, this is my break timer. Everyone reach into the sky. Wonderful. Okay. So just like the view function accepts the model as an object, the controller is going to accept the model so that it can modify it, right? So we make the API request, we get back the data, and then we update the model with the latest data. So I'm going to say API, not that, API.getDogs, and then we should get back some result. And for now, we're just going to log that result. Cool. But now that we have this controller function, our app, whenever it shows a component, will actually call the controller function before updating the view. So over here on our app, right before we update the view, let's just make sure, we'll say if this.currentComponent is a thing, then we will say this.currentComponent.controller, and we're going to invoke that with our model from the current component. So that'll invoke the controller function. The controller function will make the API request, and we'll log the data out. Cool. Let's see it happen. API is not defined. Cool. We need to bring that into our index.html. So right here, I'm going to bring in a script with app/lib/API. Go. There we go. So we showed the component, the view loaded, the controller got invoked, it made the API request, and then we logged the data out to the console. Wonderful. Now that we have the data, we need to actually set it on our model. So right here, I could say model.dogs equals result.dogs. But if I do that, nothing's going to happen because I need to tell the view to update, right? And I know what you're thinking. We can simply just invoke app.updateView. And if we do that, it will update the view, right? It will say that we have 3 dogs. But I don't want to have to do that because I'm a lazy developer. So I'm going to implement data binding so that way when I modify the model, the view instantly updates. So let's do that. Over here in our app, when we add the component, I'm going to turn the model into a proxy. So a proxy is a new feature in ES 2015 that allows you to intercept property sets and property gets from an object. So what we can do is, whenever something changes on the model, instantly update the view. So let's do that. So I'll say component.model equals this.proxify the model. Component.model. And of course, I have to implement proxify. So how's that going to work? So proxify will accept a model, and it's going to return a new proxy. So the proxy accepts a target. So this is the object that it's going to watch for changes. And then it accepts an object full of handlers. So you can tap into when a property is getting set, when somebody's getting a property, basically any sort of modification that happens to the object, you can set a handler for it. The one that I care about is set. So set is going to give you the target, which is going to be the model itself, the property that's changing, and then the value that it's changing to. Set should return true if it updated the property, and now we'll actually update the property. So I'll say target at property equals value. That's great and all, but let's add a little log in here. So we can actually keep track of every change that happens to our model throughout our app. So I'll say changing property from, and we'll pass in a target at that property, to the new value. So now whenever we update a property, we get this log. So changing dogs from an empty array to a full array, right? So we can see every single change that happens to the model. Now, all we have to do is say this.updateView, this.updateView, and instantly it breaks. Okay, so the issue with that is the handler here is an actual function, so it's binding the value of this. So outside of here, we're just going to have to do the good old self equals this and do self.updateView. Beautiful. So now, no matter what we set on the model, the view will instantly update. Fantastic. Okay, so the view's updating. Now let's actually throw that dog template in there. So don't feel like writing HTML, so I'm just going to grab that template. You all forgive me, right? Cool. So this is just going to be a simple function that accepts a dog and then returns an HTML string that represents that dog, right? So this is the same template you've seen everyone else use. But now in my view, instead of just saying there are models.length, I'm going to actually build up an HTML string with all of the dogs inside of it. So let's do that right here. So I'm going to say dogs HTML equals model.dogs.reduce. So we're going to reduce this array to a string. So this is going to give us HTML and each individual dog. We're going to return the HTML plus the dog template of that dog, and we start off with an empty string. Now I'm going to wrap this in an LI. Actually, we'll do this as a template string. Lots of ES 2015 happening right now. That, and wait, there. I can do it. Come on. Okay, so we've got a bunch of list items. Now we need to throw it into the view. So the view is simply just going to be an unordered list. So we're going to throw the UL. This is going to have a class of dogs provided by the wonderful Kyle Kerberly. Yes. And and right inside of the unordered list, I'm just going to throw in the dogs HTML. Are you guys ready to get excited? Because this is going to work. This is going to work. It's going to work so good. Oh my God. Awesome. Beautiful, beautiful. So it's working. We're updating the view. Now the last thing we need, so before I do this, we'll see it happen. So in my app, right here, before I update the view, I need to make sure that I actually have a current component. So I'm going to say, if there is a current component, then go ahead and set the HTML. But if there's not, we're just going to set it to not found. So we'll say this equals we'll throw in like an H3. Not found. Cool. And if we look at the actual template, each dog is a link to the dogs page with its specific ID. So now in the view, when we hover over it, you can see in the bottom right, it has that URL, but when we click on it, it's not found. So now we need to implement the individual dogs component. So let's do that. Right here, we're going to add a new component. So I'm going to say app.add component. We're going to pass in an object. It has a name, which is going to be dog. It's going to have a model, which is just going to be an object that has a dog property. Initially, it's just an empty object. And it's also going to have a view that accepts the model as a parameter. And we have this handy-dandy dog template, so we can just use that. And we'll pass in model.dog. Now, the controller needs to make an API request for that specific dog. So pass in the model. We're going to say API.getDog. I'm just going to hard code it with ID1 for now. Then we get back some result. And then because of our wonderful data binding, we're just going to say model.dog equals result.dog. Cool. Now I need to actually implement this getDog function. So in our API, getDog is going to be the very same thing, but we're going to be requesting a single dog. So let's throw this in there. Let's make this a template string, and we're going to throw the ID on the end of it. So now it's going to make a request for a single dog. The last thing we need to do is actually set up the specific route for this dog. So I'm going to add a route. It's going to be dog. And our regular expression is going to get a little messier. So we want dogs, dogs slash some specific ID. So I'm going to say dogs slash anything 0 through 9, any number of those, and that ends the string. So when the URL matches this regular expression, we will load the dog component. So now it broke. ID is not defined. Pass in the ID, of course. Okay, so now we click a specific dog, and we get a specific dog. But right now, it's hard-coded. So like if I click ID2, it's always going to get ID1. Right, but let's not hard-code it. Let's create some route params. So in our router, after we've found this specific route, if we execute this regular expression, we can pick out that specific number from the regular expression. So let's do that. This.params equals route.url. And we're going to pass this as a new regular expression. Regex route.url. We're going to execute it on the current hash. And then we'll just log the params. And what this will do is it'll run that regular expression on the current URL, and it'll actually pull out the ID. So now that we're logging the params, we can see that the second parameter, the second value in that array is the actual ID. So now that we're setting the params, I know that index 1 is the actual ID, so I can use that in my component. So right here, I'm going to say router.params at 1. And so now we get dog with ID 1, we get dog with ID 2, and we get dog with ID 3. There you go. Awesome. So we've done it. We have written this completely from scratch, no framework, all vanilla JavaScript, no cheating. And I totally forgot to, deploy. Okay, easy enough. So if you guys haven't heard of Now, it's a fantastic deployment tool. You install it from the CLI, you literally hit Now, and we have now deployed. So give it a second. And we're on the internet! Wait, no. It works. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. I had these cool little GIFs too, like, we got all the dogs! We got a single dog. We've deployed. They're together now, yeah! All right, get prepared for this wonderful, wonderful GIF. You just soak it in. A what? A GIF with a hard G. So, of course, I wrote this from scratch. It was fun. You got to see kind of like what's under the hood of these frameworks. But you might be asking the question, also, like, what just happened? Because that was a lot. Let's a quick review. So we made an app, we made a component, it had a model of view controller, we made a router, and we made an API. So the app had a few functions. You could add a component, you could show a component, and and you could update the view with the latest value. A component had a model, a view, and a controller. And then our router allowed us to add a route and then just tapped into hash change so it could swap out the component based on the hash change. And then our API was just some simple API requests. But you might also be wondering, and also in conclusion, should you do this in production? And my answer to that is no, no. And so this is great. So on Jiffy, they have emoji GIFs. Like, so this is the don't GIF. Yeah, it's the don't emoji. Yeah. But frameworks exist for a reason, obviously. So like, you're not going to want to code this stuff from scratch every time. Obviously, I had no tests. Kyle's Ember app was tested like crazy. Every framework has built-in tests for like the framework itself, and they provide you a lot of value. So you're not going to be wanting to write this from scratch. But if you think back to kind of like the thought experiment, like, should you do this for fun? And my answer is yes, absolutely, definitely. I got more slides. I'm almost done. But ultimately, and I kind of alluded to this, but like when you're using a framework, when you're using something that looks like it's magic, try to think back to first principles. Like, you know how to write JavaScript. How did that framework, that person, how did they do that? How did they actually implement it? And
This was 5 years ago. Do I look 5 years older? I think I have more bags under my eyes. And I realize the audio is out of sync now. I'm definitely chubbier. But I look about the same. I look about the same. All right, I'll let the video finish and then I'll get back to it.
And you'll create something like this. I got some plugs, and then I'll take questions and stuff like that.
Okay, never mind. It was over anyways. Yeah, thanks for watching that. That was fun. That was 5 years ago. Yeah, I need to grow my mustache out. I cut my mustache off. I don't know, a little over a month ago. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, if you want to see that video, and if you look in the description of that video, I believe I have the code linked. Yeah. So that's the video we just watched. If you wanna check it out. For those of you that have watched the Fireship video, was his similar? That's the whole reason we watched that. Is somebody mentioned that he made a framework. I mean, his was probably more entertaining, and it was half the length too. So, yeah. Okay. Not that. This. Let me update the title, and then we'll start writing some code. So, if you got here during the video, we are just doing a code Q&A. Pretty much all of the questions we're going to answer have been asked already. So at this point, we're really just getting through all of the questions that have been asked already. Yeah, I mean, I want to do something like that, Winston Reggae. Like, have a live audience. I mean, Twitch is kind of my live audience, but it would be cool to go to like various meetups around at least the U.S. right now, and do us like similar style talks with people that normally just watch in Twitch chat. That would be fun. I think it'd be a lot to set up though. But let's write some code. So this question comes from Mihai Andre, and they ask, what would you use to implement payment in a Node app? And we're gonna implement payments. We're gonna do our best. Yeah, Coding Garden is filmed in front of a live studio audience. So I guess I'll try to edit this down into a YouTube video. It's gonna take work. I think what I want to do is maybe we'll do this. We'll also talk about CORS. And then maybe we'll try to build a simple Flutter app. These are the other questions we're answering. I'll do my best to edit them down so that way I can publish them as YouTube videos like tomorrow and Thursday, because I'm not streaming then. Oh well. You haven't missed anything, Shah. We're just getting started. And Kushalin is saying, I found a great tool for editing video. It's called Descript. What's up, Trash Dev? Oh, that's what True uses? I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't subscribed to her YouTube, and I probably should. So I actually don't know her editing style. But thanks for being here, Trash Dev, and thanks for mentioning her. Subscribe. Cool. I'll have to watch her videos later. Also, follow her on Twitch. I mean, I don't know. Like, if from the description, I would imagine that it transcribes your video, and then now you can just like select the parts of the text that you want to be in the resulting video, which actually makes a lot of sense. Watch the video. Later. I'll pull that up later. Let's do this payment thing. All right. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, we're going to talk about payments in Node.js. So Mihai Andre asked the question, and thank you very much, Bakbi, for the 3 months. Mihai Andre asked the question, what would you use to implement payments in a Node.js app? I specifically have used Stripe in the past. So when I worked at my last company, we built a software as a service product that had subscriptions. So essentially, users could pay for, I think, like 6 months in advance, and then they could put their payment info in, and then after 6 months, it would charge them again. We had a back-end system that would receive webhooks from Stripe when their subscription was updated or expired, and that's how it got kept in sync. And we processed the payments on the front end using Stripe UI. We'll look and see if that's still a thing, but that's my experience. I've used Stripe before, and it seems like most people implementing payments use Stripe. But we are going to explore a few others, and then we're going to pick one and then just create a web page that has payments on it. Braintree is another one that is from PayPal, and they have ways of integrating payments. And then these are ones that people in the Twitch chat have mentioned that we might also look into. We have this Wikipedia page, list of online payment service providers. It would be interesting to see. So yeah, and also if you're in the chat and you have experience with these, let me know, because David says I've worked with Braintree and it was an utter nightmare. Braintree seems cool. I think like when Braintree came out, I think one of their main things was it also allowed crypto payments. So like you could have crypto payments and like regular credit card payments and stuff. And I thought that if you wanted to integrate PayPal, you had to use Braintree, but I think PayPal actually has its own separate payments API. Yeah. So interesting. Yeah, and so I'll link you to this page. You can see all the payment processors. Honestly, though, I think I'm gonna go ahead and implement Stripe, because that's what I know and what I've used before. And Jedi Nikoto is saying Braintree is essentially PayPal nowadays. You can either use some options for the Braintree drop-in or the PayPal SDK. I see. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with Stripe because it's what I know, and I'm pretty sure they're still fairly up to date. I would be curious if Stripe also has integrations for like Amazon Pay or Google Pay, or if you'd have to set those up separately, because it's probably that you would actually set these up as separate payment processors. And you'd specifically go to the Apple Pay SDK or the Google Pay SDK. And I think the other thing is like Venmo is now owned by PayPal. So if you want to do Venmo payments, then you have to use Braintree or something like that. And also depending on where you are in the world, you might have better options for this. Like I know in China, they use WeChat a lot. Vips was mentioned as something they use in Europe. It's not even on here. Let's look it up really quick because it was mentioned. Norwegian. Mobile payment application. Nice. Oh, and yeah, so people are saying that on Stripe you can add Google Pay or Apple Pay. Wow. Let's. They have a lot, and I mean, from my experience working with Stripe, it was fairly straightforward. Full API reference. Yeah, and then ACH is specifically like bank withdrawals. And I do believe Stripe might support that. We mainly use Stripe just for credit card payments, though. Yeah. You can enable Google and Apple Pay? Good to know. All right, I think that's enough of an intro. We're just going to start coding. So, all of that to say, there's a lot of options. I'm just going to go with Stripe. It seems to be industry standard. If you're taking payments in the US, I actually don't know if they can take payments worldwide, but we're going to implement Stripe. And I will say most payment SDKs you're going to implement in a similar way. So let's go. Let's go. When is the course dropping? I don't know. It's gonna, at this point, probably like a month. Like a month. Oh, this technically okay, let me edit that. Again, depending on which one you choose, it might vary by what country you're in and what countries a given API supports. This web page has the countries supported on it. I don't know how often it's updated, but you could at least use this as a launching point if you're trying to find a payment API for whatever country you live in. All right, let's go. Stripe uses API keys. Great. Stripe is definitely straightforward for someone who sucks at understanding anything finance. Yeah. Cool. This is question number 2621. So I think I do want to look through the getting started. Yeah, so I'll mention this. So it has been about a year and a half or 2 years since the last time I used Stripe. So in a way, this is also going to be me learning it in real time. But I'll mention this, like if you're ever learning a new framework, a new library, or a new service, often they have two different ways of going about it. Like right now, I'm actually in the API reference, and this lists all of the various web endpoints. And they might also list, like if you pull in their SDKs, they might list their actual documentation and definition for those APIs. That's different from like getting started, because if we go into docs and then we choose get started, this is more of a like tutorial high level view of how you integrate the things versus the API just describing how everything works. So I'm going to start with the getting started and try to find like the node.js implementation, and then we're gonna go from there. What was the framework we used that was like Electron? Tari? Is that the one? Okay, I want online payments. This is also interesting. A pre-built checkout page. I don't think I want to do this because I do want to build my own front end and like add my own elements and stuff like that. So yeah, and let's mention this. Yeah, the number was 2621. So from their documentation, it looks like they have various ways of implementing payment integration. Excuse me. Stripe Checkout, I believe, is kind of like a much more higher level way where they provide you with the web page, and you can see on their effort meter, it's much lower effort. And then payment links, you can embed to just accept payments. What we're going to do is Stripe Elements. So they specifically provide a UI kit that you can integrate into, I'm pretty sure, any front-end library to build a custom checkout form. And typically when you're integrating payments on your website, you likely want to use this because you want the customer to have a consistent experience as they're using the app and checking out. And this allows you to do that, because you can essentially use all of the API patterns that you're using on the rest of your website, but now you're using their payment elements on the page itself. And we might get into this later when we're talking about the elements, but one of the aspects of accepting payments is like there are a lot of regulations around it on the web. And you don't ever want to have credit card numbers touching your backend code. You don't want credit card numbers in your database. You don't really want credit card numbers even traveling to your server, even if it is over an encrypted connection. Now, you could do those things, but there are a lot of things to consider and a lot of things you would have to do to make sure your backend is locked down and protecting all of that stuff. Stripe alleviates you from those responsibilities, because all of the credit cards information and any other PII or personally identifiable information that you collect from your customers gets stored on their servers. And also all of the UI elements that get loaded in are actually loaded in an iframe. So when you load this credit card input box, it's still technically loading from Stripe's servers. And you want that. You don't ever want those credit card numbers touching your web page, because then if it's vulnerable to like cross-site scripting or something like that, you have an even bigger nightmare. So that's another thing to consider, and why you would use a payment processor like this is because you don't have to manage any of that. And unless you're building a payment processing company, you don't want to do that. It's a lot of effort. So we're likely going to use Stripe elements. Let's go. Custom payment flow. Set up a server. Did I choose my backend language? Because I think it's kind of assuming that I'm using... Right now it's assuming that I'm using Ruby. Here we go. Here it is. All right, so we're in their docs. I'm going to implement this on a web page. For now, we'll just say HTML or vanilla.js. And then I want to choose Node. So all of the docs I see now will be specific to Node.js. Let's see. Yeah, so in our backend, we are going to have Stripe as a dependency. So let's go ahead and just set up a backend. And so we also have to think about what kind of payments are we going to accept. I think this is just going to be a Coding Garden donation website. So you can go there, you can choose a certain amount of money, and then pay me that money. You get no goods. The only goods you get are content or like watching me on Twitch. That's what we're going to be building here. But I mean, so we could use TypeScript, but that also is it's gonna complicate things, because I don't have that much experience building a Node API with TypeScript. I think we're just gonna stick with what I know, because the important pieces are the integration steps. So, actually, I'll let Mihai Andre answer. Do you want to see this in regular JavaScript or in TypeScript? You said a Node app, so I'm guessing you want to see it in JavaScript. What's up, Zelena? Welcome in. TypeScript? I mean, I have a feeling the majority of people want to see TypeScript, but what does Mihai Andre want to see? Whatever the chat wants. Chat wants TypeScript. Okay, so if someone can direct me to a Node.js plus Express base TypeScript project that's not going to require any sort of setup or configuration, that's just ready to go, I will use it. I will use it. If you can't direct me to one of those, then I'm not going to use it, because I have a boilerplate Express template that I do use. Is this yours, David? I think that's your GitHub name, isn't it? I'm not struggling using TypeScript. I just don't have a lot of experience with it, so I don't know the ecosystem as well. I've done a lot of C# in my life, and all of that experience transfers over. If you saw the last stream we did, I was doing a lot of TypeScript stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If we chose Nest, then we'd get a boilerplate. Okay, this one has 2.6 thousand stars. It was last updated in May of 2021. Yeah, so we got 2 links for this one. Set up the development environment. Create a project. Serve your app. Linting, tests, running. This already has TypeORM? I don't want TypeORM. No, we're going to do it with no login. So this is like anonymous user just goes and gives me money. If I want a plain setup. Is this your own personal one, Windward Hive? Let's look at it. We got source, index. What's consola? Create an Express app. Easy. Got some utils. Easy. Well, how about this? Does the expressjs.com have TypeScript documentation? Because I could technically use my base starter and then just add types as we go. If I went with login or user, how do I know that the payment works? We would still have some sort of like, well, we'll see. I have to think about the backend implementation, but we could have like a token that's associated with that specific user that's on the website, but it's not a full-fledged login. You just get a unique token in a cookie, and then that's how you can see like payment successful and stuff like that. This looks nice. They have a lot of documentation. They have over 300 weekly downloads. And they have 1.5 thousand stars. This is the winner right now. This is the winner. Update my template to TypeScript. I've already been live for almost 3 hours. And so just a quick aside, this is the reason why I'm hesitant to use it, because I don't know the ecosystem. I don't know what the best one to use is. And if I'm just trying to demonstrate payments, it's less about the TypeScript and more about the actual concepts. Whereas it's probably going to take me like 30 minutes just to get used to this template or whatever, just to demonstrate some other concept. Is this the one I'm on? Oh, you have your own? Did you just create your own? What was my Dino Grant cool name? Oh, I haven't... Let's talk about that later, Oscar. And thank you for the suggestions, by the way, on that GitHub repo. Stripe puts in a success answer. Yeah, so when they make the webhook... Well, actually, they might not even make the webhook call. Actually, yeah, I think they would need to. Because we issue off the payment, and then we're just in a pending status. And then we would either get a webhook call back, or we would make a request with that like transaction ID to know that it went through. Yeah. You did a copy of mine in TypeScript? This is awesome. Thank you, Mihai Andre. Okay. Okay. Yeah, look at that. This is literally mine, but with TypeScript. We'll use this. Right? Right? Though these aren't technically typed. But I guess they are because it's just the return value. And then build is TSC, NodeMon. Wait, NodeMon knows how to run TypeScript files? Huh. 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 Yeah, this is great, man. What I might do is like I'll fork this. I might add a few more types in it, and then in the create express API thing that I have, we could point to this instead. It does, but I must have TypeScript node. Is TS node a dependency? It is. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. What blew your mind, David? Yeah, that makes sense. Like if the return value type is implied, then you don't need to specify it. Oh, NodeMon running TypeScript. Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. And let me backtrack and explain it for the YouTube content. Cool. All right. Quick aside, but I was going to use just node.js for this because I have this Express API starter, which is just a base Express API that has all of the common dev dependencies that you'd want, and just like a basic structure setup. But it's 2022, so we should be using TypeScript for the most part. And our good friend Mihai Andre, who actually asked this question, has created a new version of my generator that uses TypeScript. So we're going to use this. I will say it is 9 months old, but I don't think much has changed in the TypeScript world since then. So we're going to use it. So I'm going to clone their repo down into a folder called Stripe. Actually, first I'm going to create a Stripe example folder, because we're going to have two separate code bases. We're going to have our backend API code base, and then we're going to have our front-end code base, totally separate and decoupled. You technically could do this kind of thing like in a Next.js app. I mean, and honestly, I could have just generated a Next app with TypeScript and then used that to integrate it. That's probably more of what people would do. Let's vote on it. Let's vote on it. And then I'll just get to coding, because at this point I'm just wasting time. What's up, Benji? Welcome in. Next.js plus TS, Express plus TS plus React app. Create React app. All right, you have 1 minute to vote. Yeah. This repo uses prettier, not ESLint. That's fine, as long as it works. Next.js plus TypeScript plus TRPC. Yeah, I know Create React App isn't the preferred. I mean, pretty much these days people just use Next.js, even if it's just a front-end React app. Yeah. Vite is more for front ends or like server-side rendered things. I want an actual API. So yeah. All right, this won, but do I listen to it? Or do I just end stream right now? Hamburger. Thank you for the hydrate, Charlie. Cheers. End stream? End stream? No. Okay. And I don't want to use like a full project generator. So we're just going to use Next, and then we're going to integrate Stripe into it. And I think that's probably one of the most universal things, like, because a lot of people are using Next out there. Or are they? Like, I think Twitch chat is a little biased one way or the other, based on like what other Twitch streamers use. So PHP and WebAssembly, that's the answer. All right, we'll do it next. We'll do it next. Next, okay. Let's talk about that. Yeah, and so that is a good point. Like, Next has like the API folder, and then we can just add the webhook stuff in there. It's gonna make it pretty easy. All right, let's talk about it again. Okay, so I need to implement this thing, and I need some sort of backend that's gonna allow me to do the backend Stripe stuff, because this is another important note. If you're doing the integration yourself, like you're not using the Stripe generated web page or the other flow, you need backend code. That is code that is not running on a client, code that can receive webhook requests from Stripe that tell you when a payment has been validated, and also backend code that can hide API keys that are communicating with Stripe. So we need some kind of backend. And the chat has voted. It makes sense. We're going to use Next.js. And essentially, we'll have our Next.js code, which will have basic pages and such, but then we'll also have API routes, which is what where we'll do the Stripe integration and how Stripe will make webhook calls back to our app. So if you're not familiar with Next.js, it is a framework for building React apps, and you can build essentially hybrid server-side rendered and also single-page application apps. So here we go. We're going to create a Next app, and we want to do it with TypeScript. That's the other thing you didn't see is chat really, really wants me to use TypeScript. So here we go. So we're going to call this Nextjs Stripe example. We are going to integrate Stripe payments, and I'm just going to make a basic payment page that anyone can go to and give me money. I haven't cloned that repo yet. We just removed that, or we didn't even run it. Yeah, so now it's just that. Great. So now if we go in there, let's see what tasks we have. We'll do npm run dev. That's really funny. So I have a lot of things running on my machine, and Next.js just gave up. They're like, oh, we're only going to try the first 10 ports, and if we can't find a port, we're going to quit. We need to open up the code and tell it what port to use. Yeah. I'm guessing it's in the next config. Do I get a port here? Do I get a server? Let's look it up. Port. Thank you, Windward Hive. I want to see it in the docs, though. Dash port. Oh, we could also do a .env. I'm going to set it up that way. So, yeah, this doesn't come with a .env by default, but I am going to need... well, I think it probably reads in my .envs automatically. Let's take a quick stretch. But to me, it makes sense to use the env so other people can specify the port if they want to. So in here, I'm going to have a port variable, set it to a value, and then we'll update our run script to use the port. Or it might just read in the .env. Let's see if it reads in the .env. Let's try. It doesn't. How? Maybe I need to know a .env.local? .env is accepted and takes higher precedence over other ones. Okay. So I just want .env. All right, I have .env file. It has a port variable. Nextjs default port. I tried it with the .env.local. So now we have both. And then if I do run dev, if I do start, yeah, it still tries to use 3000. How to set the port? -p? But here's the thing, I want it to use my environment variable. Yeah, oh, here, see? I'm using cloak. See, it's set. Do I have to do -p $ port? Nice. Nice. But I don't want to start it. I want to run it as dev. Option requires argument. But it's there. I swear it's there. Didn't I? Look, I passed it. I don't think it would be public though, right? We can try. I'm not going to put it in manually, and if Next does not support a way of me using my .env, I'm not going to use Next, because that is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, tell me how to do it. We were saying, what do I link it? So Next should pick up my .env. That's my understanding, is like it should find this file. npm run. Oh, I see what you're saying. And then we pass the port in. I'm not going to do that because I want it to use my .env that has the port. Like this. Yeah, and then this Stack Overflow is basically like, it shouldn't be public though, because it's a backend variable. I know this is how you can expose those environment variables to like your React frontend code. Yeah, so we have it in both env and env.local. What's the difference between using the .env or writing it manually? I mean, I guess you're right, because if I need to run it on a different port locally, we're saying that's the developer issue. So like this technically would work like that. But every Node app I've ever written has let me put my port variable in a .env. Why can't I do that in Next? Scrap it and use Next. Is this potentially like this? And if I create a .env with port, bad substitution. And then it can't find port yet. It doesn't read the env when running npm scripts. Why not? All right. We'll go with this, but just know, this is dumb. This is dumb, and it already makes me hate the fact that we just spent 20 minutes on this. But here's the thing. I am going to need a .env. We're not going to have a port variable, but for now, and Next is not opinionated. It has a few opinions. This is not, I don't think I would call this opinionated. I would call this not doing what Node.js developers expect. And that's not an opinion. That's just a thing. Okay, we're running. Finally, we've got an app running on port. Yeah, a bad developer experience, sure. There we go. We've got a Nextjs app. That's really all we needed. Awesome. So now, we need to integrate this with Stripe. Let me take a moment to collect my thoughts so I'm not as snarky. And I might have to redo this. Just redo this whole, like, talk about it like I already knew what to do. And I guess I'll delete the .env until we need it later for like our Stripe secret and stuff like that. Okay. I also don't like that they gave us... Oh, okay. That makes sense. The Git repo is like the parent folder. Okay, so we generated a Nextjs app. Right now, when it tries to run, all of these ports are in use on my machine because I have a bunch of services running. But we can pass in a specific port we want to use, and then it'll start up on that port. So that's what I want. Awesome. So it's now running on port 4242, and if I go to localhost 4242, we have ourselves a Nextjs app. Awesome. So that's our app. Now we need to integrate Stripe. So I am going to install the Stripe library. And in the Stripe docs, I have platform web, front end, Next.js, and this is telling me the dependencies that I need. So I'm going to copy this and then run it. I do plan to use webhooks, yeah. So we'll have to deploy this to Vercel, and then we'll set up a webhook there. But the webhooks will get called when like payments are done and stuff like that. Yeah, and the thing is, I don't want to put it. So, okay, let me do a quick rant about why I don't want to put this right here and why I want this to be parameterized. When another developer comes along and they have something running on port 4242, they're going to run into the exact same problem that I just dealt with. And then they'd have to go in and change this. But that's not nice because now this is technically a source code change because they're updating the package.json. So it would be really nice if I could do this because the .env is never committed. And if I could do this, then this would work for any developer that uses this code base. That's the issue. That's why I didn't want to go put this in here because it affects every other developer that runs it, and it's not parameterized. So yeah. Okay, here we go. We installed our dependencies. Awesome. And then this is telling us how to set up payments. It's just copy paste coding. I'm literally just gonna copy this into my React app or my Next app, and it's just gonna all work. I will say this is a pretty cool little component they have on their page here that kind of scrolls as you add all of the code. Oh man. Welcome in, Cat Hurricane. We're integrating payments with Next. Yeah, here's what I'm going to do. Oh, the Stripe shell? That's interesting. I'm going to create an index.js. And actually, it's funny because they didn't do TypeScript here. So does this export? Yeah. Cool. And I guess React Stripe doesn't come with type definitions? They might be on definitely typed. So we're using this library. For now, I just copy-pasted the code from the Stripe page, but it is saying that it can't find the types for this because we are using TypeScript. So I'm going to see if the types library exists for this. Doesn't. Let's find it. Yeah, I will try the Stripe CLI for testing webhooks. Yep. Yeah, all of their examples are with JavaScript. missed it. Where? TypeScript support. React Stripe is packaged with TypeScript definitions. Some types are pulled from here. Be sure to add @stripe stripe.js as a dependency. Thank you. Thank you for that, Talul. So we have to add another dependency, and this should give us the TypeScript types. And someone was right. We do want to do save dev. Yes. Because we really only need the type definitions for when we're actually like writing the code, not for when it's actually deployed. All right, let's see if that helped. Not quite. We do want it on dependencies? It was already on dependencies? We have Stripe, Stripe.js, but we don't have Stripe React Stripe.js. So are their docs just out of date? Because their docs say we need this, but then the install doesn't include it. I need a quick meditation. I need to remember why we're here, and keep working on the app. All right, that should help with that dependency. There we go. Okay. And then we do need that components thing. And then what is this complaining about? Cool. Yeah, I mean, so like, here's the issue now, though, right? Like, if I just scrap this and go with JavaScript, now it's kind of a me issue. And this is more of like, I'm a developer that like can't work through errors and like can't figure stuff out. And I'm like self-conscious about that, right? Because I'm learning and coding live in front of people. And I want to set a good example. The other issue, though, is this. I'm learning stuff, right? But it is not. All this stuff that I'm figuring out here is not specific to actual like Stripe integration. I guess it is if you're specifically implementing it with Nextjs, which we are. So, you know. And yeah, that's the thing. Like, TypeScript is doing its job. It's telling me that, hey, you don't have this stuff. And I'm trying to fix those errors. It's not assignable to type null. We'll fix those type errors in a second. And then maybe we could have a Next.js plus TypeScript. We could contribute to their docs. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get all this stuff pasted in. I am going to go in and update all of the type definitions. And then from there, we will explain what all the code is doing. But I think like that's another reason why I would just want to do the API integration, because it separates the actual concepts from the implementation itself. And I think the concepts themselves are more important than like the actual integration with Next.js itself. Create payment intent is what I want. Cool. And that's all the three of the things that I need. All right. I'm going to go in, fix all the TypeScript errors, and then we'll walk through and see what the code actually does. This should be, I mean, you can call it anything you want. I'm going to call it home, because that's usually what they do with that. We'll have to define some prop types. So elements comes from here. This is saying client secret appearance theme is not assignable to String is not assignable to type, night, flat, or none. Let's look at our options. And right now our theme is stripe, and this is complaining and saying that stripe is not night, flat, or none. Let's go with night. Oh no, stripe was an option. I see. And I think the issue is client secret is React state. Yeah. I think that's a good, that was like the next thing I was going to try. Thanks for that, Auto Magic, is like, it didn't like that was a separate variable for some reason. And then it wants me to do this? Yeah, weird. I guess there might be like an enum inside of React Stripe that maybe has the list of themes. Use elements. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, the other option is to say that appearance is of type stripe elements options. Oh, wait. No, options are of type stripe elements options. And then that auto imported from here. And then, yeah, now I don't have to do the constant. That's really what it wanted. It was like, hey, your object is way too open. You can do too much to it. But now, if I set the type, it likes it. Okay, okay. All of this TypeScript stuff, I'm not going to leave in the YouTube video. This is just an exercise in turning this, fixing all the type errors. Okay, so this file looks good to go. Let's look at the checkout form. So we have this. Let's start here. So retrieve payment intent. And then payment intent is possibly undefined. That's fine. So we'll say if not payment intent, don't use it. Cool. Set message is not accept to type null. So we want message to either be null or a string, but actually I'm just going to initialize it to empty string because that's also a falsy value. Unless in our render function we're specifically looking for null, and we're not. So we're just using it as a falsy value. So that's fine. Okay, so we fix that. This has type any. Does anyone know what a form submit event is called? Is this like HTML element or a form submit? Is it literally just event? Event. Form event. I'm going to go with form event. Synthetic? It is more of a synthetic event. You're right. That's what we want. Okay. So that looks good. And then this is possibly undefined. So error message or this. Like that or that. And then we'll just pull this as a const at the top. This doesn't need to be in our render function. Okay. Yeah. We got it. We got it. Does React synthetic event have a type parameter of form event? Yeah. That's what we want, right? Right? Right. Okay. This says promise void is not assignable to form event handler HTML form element. And it's because we made this an async function. I guess if we want to do async stuff, we could do it as an iffy. I'll try that. So if I do HTML form element, will that allow me to do it as async? Yes. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay. Okay. So our type errors are gone there. And then we'll also look in the API folder here. So yeah, we have rec and res. Let's pull the types from their example. These. Like that. Cool. And then items is declared but never read. Log it. All right. And then we do have to define our data type here, which is just an object that has a client secret property. So like this. I do want to see what gets passed in here because I don't even know how the code is working yet. This is the any type. Cool. What's up, Jordan? Welcome in. Or Adyar, who's from Jordan. Welcome in. Okay. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Is like they should have an option on their docs here that lets us choose TypeScript, and then they could have that as an example. But let's run through the code. So it all starts with a user wanting to check out and make some sort of payment. And so let's actually look at our home page that we have generated now. Localhost 4242. We'll need to start it up. Cool. Great. It errored out because we don't have a Stripe API key. So at this point, we have our base code that we just copy and pasted from the Stripe docs. In a second, I'm going to explain what all of it does, and then we'll customize it to do what we want it to do. But right now, I need to create an app because in the code right here, it's trying to grab my Stripe public API key. So this is a key that you can include in a front-end application. Right now we're using Nextjs, and they have a way of doing things where if you name an environment variable with next public, that means it's going to make it available inside of your client-side code, your client-rendered code. So we need to add this key to our .env. And then we'll also need to set up a Stripe app to get this key. So I'm going to do that right now. So I'm going to sign up. This key I can reveal, but when we get to the backend secret, I shouldn't reveal that. But so I will turn cloak on for that. But for now, this is just the client side stuff. Why not? All right. I will say the sign up experience is really nice. I'm not going to show it to you because I don't want to leak stuff, but I put in a password and they're like, nice, that's a strong password. And then it's like, all right, we need to check your email. And they literally have a button that says open Gmail. So they detected that my email was Gmail, and they literally gave me a button that would have launched Gmail. So yeah. Okay. We now need to activate payments. I'm hoping... Let's see, do I actually need to do this if I'm just in dev? They do want me to activate payments. Okay, I do need to do this. Let me see what information they want from me. Like, it'd be unfortunate if I have to, like, yeah, I might, yeah, see, I have to put my social in and my address and all that good stuff. Do I need that for test payments? Yeah, I think that's right. So actually, I don't need to activate my account. I do believe I can just use this publishable key that they've given me here. Yeah. Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. Okay, let's talk about that. Okay. Here we go. Oh no, I've leaked it. No, I haven't. Okay, so I signed up. And I'm not going to go through the process of like verifying my business, because when you really want to accept payments, you'll have to do that. Like if you have a business with a business ID, or you can sign up as an individual, but you will have to be verified as a real person in order to actually accept payments. That's standard across any payment provider you would use. But in our case, we're just going to use the test integration, which lets us use like test credit cards and different things like that. So I don't have to provide all of that information just yet. And this publishable key is the one that I want to put in my environment variable here. So this is a public key, and it's nice that they call it publishable key, because that lets you know this is something that can be in your front end code. And I'm not going to click reveal test key, because that's something you don't want people to see. That is something that's going to be hidden in back-end code. So this is leaked on purpose because we needed it for our front-end code. And specifically with Nextjs, if you call your environment variable nextpublic, that's going to make it available on the client side here. So this should be all we need to at least get this page rendering. Cool. Cool. You did not provide an API key. You need to provide your API key in the authorization header. I see. We actually need both right now. Or do we? Yeah. So basically when this page loads, it's calling this backend endpoint, API create payment intent, and this backend endpoint does need the Stripe secret key. So I'm going to hide my screen and add this to my .env. But you'll see I'm going to put it like right next to it. But because I don't start it with next public, this is not going to get exposed in the client-side code. So if you give me one moment, I will reveal the secret. And then I'll set it in my .env. We'll save it. And nice. So let me make sure it's not visible. Yeah, we've closed it. I turn cloak on. Yeah, I think honestly I'm gonna rename this to .local, because for some reason my cloak extension doesn't work on just plain .env files. It's only working on .local ones. Yeah, I think that's the issue you might be running into, Judge JLo. Try using a .env.local file. Cool. So, All right, here we go. Here we go. So this is the default code that the Stripe docs give us. We can pay with a card. We can pay with a bank. We got a lot of stuff we can pay with. Let's say we go with a card. I'm going to enter in my payment info. And this is the nice thing about Stripe is when you're using the test API key, they have test credit cards that you can use. Let me find that in the docs really quick, because we can try logging in with that. Yeah, I mean, if you saw this website, don't just put your credit card into this. We're going to update this to be like a Coding Garden donation page. But let's find the test credit card page. Last time I used Stripe, I knew they had something like this that basically had a big long list. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Okay. So in Stripe's testing documentation, they have all kinds of different credit cards you can use to test, and they're not valid credit cards. They're just used for testing. But what's cool is so you can test with Visa, MasterCard, but also if you want to test like from a specific country, you can do that. And then if you want to test what happens when a credit card gets declined, or other things like that, they also have these credit cards. So yeah, if you want to test a generic decline, you can use this number. If you want to test that the card was lost, you can use all of these. And then you can test how your front end behaves when you get various errors like that. So the one that you saw me type in first is like the standard Stripe test, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42. Just put in a bunch of 42s, including 04, 24. And then, and 42.4, and this should work. Yeah, and we'll do the Beverly Hills 90210. And then we'll pay. Let's pay. So here's the thing. You can see it redirected back to localhost 3000. I don't know if, I think I might need to go into my Stripe docs and tell it where the redirect should be, or that redirect is happening somewhere in the code that I didn't see. Yeah, I need to set up my redirect URI. I think that's what I got to do. We'll see this. Respond with that. This receives it, sets the client's secret. Cool. Cool, yeah, so we need to set up the redirect URI, and I think if we look in the docs that we were following, they probably have something on that. And we would need to create a separate page for that. Oh, here we go. It's going to be in our checkout form. We have the return URL. Yeah. Make sure to change this to your payment completion page. Let's just send them back to the home page to see what happens. And we'll try this again. There we go, yeah. But we'll set up our own custom page. All right, so let's try again. Oh, that's not it. 42, 42, 44. Yeah, and that we will set up as an environment variable. There we go. Yeah, I mean, slow mode isn't the best, but it does help me try to manage so that I can read most of the chats. All we say is, I think slow mode's on 10 seconds right now. Use those 10 seconds to craft the best Twitch message that you can think of. Okay, so this did say payment succeeded, so that actually means on our main page, it's pulling in. Payment intent, or maybe it's the checkout form. Stripe.retrieve. Oh, I see. So they have a use effect that looks at the URL params and, this is the best I got. So this use effect actually looks at the URL params and then decides what to do with it. Okay. Let's also look at the payment intent. Yeah, and this doesn't use any webhooks at all. This basically just sends the order off, and then once it's done, redirects back to the page. So it might actually wait on the client side for, yeah. So we don't even need a webhook here. We literally just wait for the payment confirmation. And this is just a promise. And my guess is under the hood, this does some sort of long polling to, it like consistently polls the Stripe API to see if the payment has completed. Let's see. We can actually look at the network requests that happen here. We'll try fresh request. Try with the stolen card. Okay. Yeah, and you can see all of these requests happening. And actually, I'll show you one cool thing that I mentioned earlier. Like, if you look at these elements, they are in an iframe. Let's look at this. So it's an input, right? But, maybe not. And Stony Eagle, the tier 3. Thank you very much for the tier 3. I don't know why the emotes didn't get parsed there. But thank you. Thank you very much, Stony Eagle. Yeah, look at this. It's all in an iframe, and this iframe is loaded from stripe.com. So this is one of the benefits of using Stripe Elements, and like why you would use Stripe Elements. You wouldn't just make API calls with people's credit card numbers. Is like when a user is typing in this input box, because of the browser restriction, there's no way for, like, if you're, let's say localhost 4242 was compromised and was vulnerable to cross-site scripting, that cross-site scripting code cannot reach into this iframe. And that's just a security feature of the web browser. And the people at Stripe have done a really good job of making sure that these little iframes definitely aren't vulnerable to cross-site scripting or XSS to make it secure. So yeah, this is why you would want to use Stripe Elements. You don't just want to have a custom form that's submitting data, because that could lead to some issues. All right, let's see what happens. We're going to watch the network request here. We're going to see what happens when we click Pay Now. We actually want to persist logs. We're going to try that one more time, because I don't want the page to refresh after submission. I want to see all the API requests that happen to make this happen. And good call. Yeah, let's do. And Curious Yeti, thank you very much for the $5 donation. That, I don't think that went through Stripe. That went through Streamlabs. They might be using Stripe on Streamlabs. But thank you. I appreciate the dono. We're going to do regular 2G. Let's see what happens if, like, a customer was on really bad cell service and they clicked Pay Now. All right. So this makes a post request to confirm. And apparently it was instantly confirmed. And then the page refreshed. We can see what the response came back as. This was a payment intent. And it says succeeded. So the intent to pay succeeded, but we were also worrying about whether or not that payment got confirmed by Stripe, because the user sent the payment off, but it may not go through immediately on Stripe's backend. And so that's really what we were looking into, is this confirm payment thing right here. And apparently it got instantly confirmed. And I think because we're using the testing keys, it gets instantly confirmed. Let's try it with a no, our backend returned the intent. So when the page loads, it creates an intent, and then when we click pay, it calls it with that intent ID. Yeah, pretty sure. And that's really all I was expecting to see, is like when this code is running, it doesn't immediately resolve the promise. It basically waits until Stripe knows that things are done. Yeah. Yeah, and it's possible that you do get instant. So that it's possible that this only has to make one API request. It doesn't have to like pull the Stripe API. At the end of the day, as a developer, you don't have to worry about that, because you literally just call this endpoint, and it will resolve the promise when either there's an error or if things succeeded. So yeah. Oh, no reveal. No reveal. Yeah, we'll try it with a revealed with a failing card. We'll go with a generic decline. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if we go with a generic decline. And I think we can use anything as our. We'll just go back to no throttling. I'll give you my credit card if you want a failing one. That's funny. That's funny. But do not put your credit card number in Twitch chat. Here we go. Your card was declined. And that, I believe, didn't do any redirect at all. So that made the API request, waited for the response. The response that we got back was like, that did not work. And then we didn't even try to redirect them to the confirmation page. We just set the error as like, oh, that got declined. Yeah. We'll check my dashboard to see what's happened so far. Yeah. So we can see all of these payment intents, which are basically a payment intent is you're getting a unique ID to associate with that transaction. And then when they actually make the payment, you assign that payment intent with the payment data. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm on a VPN. I am. Yeah. This is not me. But this is good to know though. So like in your test docs, like especially if people are messing with your form, you can get like IP info and stuff like that. Okay. If we look at events, yeah, a new payment was created. For 14 euros? How did it default to euros? 1400. Oh, the currency is euro. What? Why would their documentation have euro as the default currency? Stripe's based in the US, aren't they? Are they based in Ireland? I had no idea. No way! Cool. Every company is based in Ireland for tax reasons. Well, okay, so this is one thing we want to change to be US dollars. Yeah, and then what is automatic payment methods? We enable cards and other common payment methods for you by default, and you can enable or disable payment methods directly in the Stripe dashboard. Let me do that. Let me just only enable credit cards, because right now you can see on our page that it's like all this stuff, but I only want credit cards, so let me enable that. And Phoenix Rising, thank you for the 18 months. Whoa, we can use Apple and Google Pay too? Just by default? What's the advantage or disadvantage to only credit cards? I think it depends on how you set up your company and how you're actually processing those payments. Because I believe if you're setting up credit card payments, then all of the payments come through, and then through Stripe you set up a bank transfer. So that's going to transfer to you like your company's bank account. If you enable these other ways of paying, they all have their own specific way of getting money into your account, and you would have to integrate with that specific provider to do that. So I'll show you the dashboard. Turn off. So I'm going to turn off all of the bank redirects and then only enable credit cards. Oh, you can't turn it off in test mode. Okay. So, if that's the case, can we get some TypeScript completion? Payment methods. This is not good TypeScript completion. It thinks I'm in a DOM element. This is backend code. This is the create payment intent. So if I do automatic payment methods is false, let's see what that gives us on the front end here. Just credit cards. Yeah, so if I disable automatic payment methods, at least in testing mode, it's only going to allow credit cards. This is cool, but this is also another testament to like why you would use something like Stripe. No worries, Michu. I appreciate the suggestion of what somebody mentioned on how to edit videos, and I'm glad I subscribed to you because I wasn't subscribed to you. So, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. But yeah, this is just a testament to why you would want to use something like Stripe because look at all this stuff. Like you can accept payments from all these places, and you wouldn't have to do the individual integrations with these things. Stripe handles all of that for you. So that's great. All right, we've gotten the basic payment stuff working. Let's take a step back and make this more Coding Garden specific and then kind of explain the code as we go through. Because that's really what most people are going to be doing. Like if you were going to try and implement this in your own app, you would likely go through their tutorial, do the copy paste, see how everything works, and now go in and modify it to do the specific things that you want to do. So that's what we're going to do next. Yeah. And Willem says, hey Coding Garden, love your vids. Don't get to catch your stream much. Hoping to catch them more. Yeah, thanks for being here. How does it work with banks that require payment verification for new services? For example, my bank makes me manually verify a payment through the app. They probably handle that. So like this, that code we were looking at on the front end that's like, wait for payment, here, this promise likely does not resolve until that whole process has happened. I don't know the specifics though, because when I integrated Stripe, I don't believe we did this. I believe we fired off the payment, and then we actually waited for a webhook on our backend to say that the payment was complete and the subscription has been created. That might be specific to creating subscriptions, though, because like with this, we technically didn't need the webhook at all. We basically just waited for the payment to be complete. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like if you have a customer that and you require them to put in their credit card info, they can see that a page is powered by Stripe, and they can see that they should trust this page. I would say usually like developer types or more technical people are the ones that actually care about that, but it is true. It is true. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Yeah. 3D Secure. Stripe will open up a pop-up with an iframe. Wow. Wow. What's the last item in Alt Tab? Oh, VLC. Earlier, I was showing you how network shares work, and so I opened up an old Coding Garden live stream. Yeah. There's a card you can test for this? Let's do it. Let's do. I'd be happy to check it out. So if we go back to automatic payment methods, and then we take a look at testing, what's the 3D Secure? This card requires authentication for every payment unless you set it up for future payments. After you set it up, it no longer... Let's try it. Let's try with this credit card number. Here we go. We'll refresh the page because now... and you'll see... So, well, actually... Did our backend code update? It should have. Because our backend code is the one that creates the payment intent, and this is the one that says automatic payment methods. I don't think our front-end code has anything about payment methods. Oh well, let's try it. We're going to put this credit card number in. Wow! This is cool. Okay, yeah, so this is a test payment of $14. You can see that this actually is like a modal. This is a pop-up. And it's still running on my page, so they didn't redirect me anywhere. And look, like, yeah, see, this Stripe is great. Look at this. This is great. So I clicked out of the modal, and it was like, oh, it didn't work. But all right, let's complete the authentication. And then successful. Cool. Yeah. And what's up, Ma Nothing? I mainly code in JavaScript. These days I'm doing a lot of TypeScript, but every now and then we jump around to other languages too. So yeah, that is awesome, and that's just built in. Literally, Stripe detected that this type of card required 4D or whatever it was, and then made a pop-up. And in the real world, if I wasn't using test credentials, it's likely that you would have to like log in with your bank or whatever else. Yeah. So Pablo is saying, in reality, you'll get your bank page. And they handle all of that for you. Okay. So, let's talk about this like we're 3D secure. Yeah, like we're making a YouTube video. So, that was the process of just copying and pasting the code in and seeing it work. What I'm going to do now is try to customize it. So, I'm going to make basically a Coding Garden donation page that anyone can go to, and they can send me money. And we'll, instead of using all of their built-in code, we'll actually create like its own dedicated page for when the payment processing was complete. So we can show like a thank you message or something like that. And then on the payment form, so you can see right now on the payment form, it doesn't even ask, or it doesn't even tell you what you're buying. It literally just makes the transaction happen. But you can see here that this is basically just, what is it doing here? Yeah, it's creating a payment for, in this case, $14. Before it was 14 euros, but we changed it to dollars. And then, in this case, when the page loads, it's just charging the user $14. But we can have an entire form where the person puts in how much they want to donate. That creates the payment intent, and then they can put in their payment info. Yeah. Yeah, Pablo's saying the only thing I really don't like from Stripe is how they handle some webhooks. Like if you want to know if a subscription went through, you have to listen for the invoice created webhook. Yeah, and that's my experience with integrating with Stripe, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, we basically had a separate database table for subscriptions that was tied to an account ID and a user ID. I mean, and that's how we did all of our like role-based authentication, because if the user's subscription was expired, like they couldn't log in or they couldn't like use the app. So yeah. Does it have methods or helpers to do localization? I'm sure they do. You can do branding, return policies, terms of service, localization, and supported languages. By default, checkout detects the locale of the customer's browser and displays a translated version of the page in their language, if supported. Wow, they've thought of everything. They really have thought of everything. And this would be separate from your own localization. So you would still need to localize your site because, I mean, right now we're only showing the form. But if this were on your site, you would have like custom content. It'd be themed to your brand or whatever. And then this like card number and all of that would be localized. You can see what languages they support. Stripe checkout and payment links. I'm curious. Yeah, and it's interesting. So right now, payment element is everything. Payment element is this entire thing. But they do provide just like a, let's see, card element, card expiry element, card number element, shipping address element. So if you don't want to use their form in the pre-built payment element layout, you could import each of those things and then lay it out your own way as well. And TGMRP1, thank you for the sub. I didn't hear it or see it. We have a lot of friction and flow around helping people set up Stripe accounts to handle receiving payments on their behalf, so we don't have to touch their money. It's very challenging. That makes sense. And that's really if like you're providing a service that lets people set up payment methods themselves. So it's like you're a software as a service that's letting your customers set up custom payments for themselves. Yeah. Since currencies change by the minute, I'm curious if you list 14 USD if the user is left to do the... Yeah, and that's my experience in checking out with other currencies. So it'll list like 14 euros, and then when they make the transaction, it's going to get converted into US dollars by the credit card processor. Yeah. Wish they had better support for variable products, such as WooCommerce. Right now it's doable, but we need to play with metadatas. Yeah, and like that's the other thing that I'm not getting into is like, typically you would integrate this with your own existing product system, right? So you'd have a database and a backend that has all of your products with pricing and stuff like that. And then you would need to figure out a way of like calculating a user's cart. And at the end of the day, you're just taking that cart total and that's what you're charging the user. Like Stripe in this way doesn't handle products or anything like that. You would need some external thing like WooCommerce or like Shopify. Those are software as a service that manage your products, or you could build your own product management thing. Yeah. What's up, Insanity? Welcome in. My answer was, I believe the credit card processor converts it when you make the transaction. Yeah. That was my answer. All right. I've already been live for 4 hours. This was... I got a little distracted because I had to... I mean, I didn't have to. Technically, I didn't have to convert this to TypeScript. I could have just used the anytype everywhere. But then, what would have been the point of even using Nextjs with TypeScript? And I do kind of want to make this a custom page, but there are other questions that I wanted to answer today. Specifically, Shah wanted me to answer the question on CORS. I think I'm going to answer this just because this will make for better YouTube content. Like what we just did was going to take a lot of editing. And Monsoir, thank you very much for the sub. So we're going to shift gears. Hope you all are okay with that. If you're not okay with that, you don't have to be here. But I appreciate you for while you were here. And I will push this code up to GitHub so you can see it. But honestly, just look at the Stripe docs. I think, and actually, let me end the YouTube video that way. At the end of the day, the Stripe docs basically had everything we needed. Obviously, you would want a more custom flow, but you can use their code examples to make a more custom flow. And actually, let me run through the code really quick to tell you where you would do that. You can see that right here, when the page loads, it creates a payment intent. So it makes a post request to your custom backend API endpoint. And it is just sending an array of items, in this case, an extra large t-shirt. What you would really want to do is you wouldn't do this on page load. You would have the user use your website, add things to the cart, etc. And then when they're ready to check out, that's when you create a payment intent. And you wouldn't just hard code this. This would be based on what the user had added to the cart. And then in your backend code, you now get access to what they had in their cart. Or you couldn't, it's possible that you wouldn't even send the items to the backend. Maybe you send a cart ID, and then in this backend code right here, you would do a database lookup to get all of the items that are in the user's cart, calculate the price, and then return that custom price. So this is just showing you when the page loads, basically the user is buying an extra large t-shirt for $14. But this little fetch here would actually happen when the user is actually ready to check out, not on page load. The form and everything would work out the same. Except like this is really where your custom logic is going to go, is figuring out how much to charge the user based on if they were logged in or based on if they had a cart or something like that. But I think moral of the story is Stripe docs are pretty amazing, and they pretty much tell you everything you need, so you can just customize it from there. All right, let's shift gears and talk about CORS. Yeah, so I'm gonna check out Descript. Mansoir. You shouldn't have. Or Mansour. It's funny. I'm saying your name like it's I guess French. Mansoir. Mansoir. Mansour. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted. You're too kind. I don't deserve it, but I appreciate you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna push this code up to GitHub right now. And then you can see the code that I was working on, but we're about to shift gears completely. Oh yeah, last time we did a Vue TypeScript example, I showed that you can literally take any Vue app and just start using TypeScript. It's so easy, so easy. What is this talking about? Is this a submodule? Mansour. In Arabic. Oh, okay. oh, you're not Mansour. I think it's just Mansour. So now, project is not a submodule? Or it is? There are nested files in here. That's better. I ran into a weird git submodule issue, but I just renamed the folder, and that fixed it. I'm hoping I already had .env in my git ignore. Oh, not that. What's that? Welcome in, Super Dial. Appreciate you. And no worries, not Landy. I'm glad you got gifted. And welcome in, Delta Omega. Omega. All right, the code we wrote today is right here. Here we go. Check it out there. Now let's talk about CORS, and we're gonna have to do a little bit of planning. And actually, did I feel like I have a CORS directory in here, but maybe not. We're gonna talk about CORS, and we're gonna make the best video on CORS ever. That's our plan. This is gonna be the best. This is gonna clear up CORS. Like if somebody has an issue or wants to know what CORS is or doesn't understand it, you're gonna point them to this, and it's gonna explain everything, absolutely everything. CORS. We're going to define the word origin. We're going to define the word resource. Core story, bro. We're going to define CORS. We'll show an example. We'll say like setup client. We'll just call the Reddit API. And I think there's a way of calling Reddit to give us a CORS error. Yeah, this guy codes. I totally forgot. My phone is on silent. Yeah, I've missed a bunch of stuff. Give me a second. Okay. You're on time, Shaw. Yeah, we're about to talk about CORS. All right, I want to draw a diagram too. I think we're just going to use draw.io for this. New diagram. Blank diagram. Do they have a dark mode? Nice. Love to see it. All right, got ourselves a square. Big code, client. Client. Can I use Futura? I can. Super Dial, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. You all are very kind today. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the supports. And can I make it bold? Oh yeah, that's what I like to see. Futura. Futura bold. And Super Dial, thank you for the tier 3. Too kind. Also, I just want everything to be big. Really big. Hey. We like to keep our comments appropriate for your average workplace. Pretend your boss is in the room, and pretend you don't know your boss that well. Okay. And so we'll talk about fix CORS error from the server if you are in control. And we'll also talk about fix CORS error from the client, from the web client, if you are not in control of the server. Cool. And this essentially involves CORS proxy. Either using a hosted one or write your own. Cool. I want to bring up the MDN article on origin because they have a really good diagram of what origin. Last time you moved to a new team, you were very surprised to hear F-bombs on conference calls. Yeah, and I think that's the thing is like, when I'm not streaming, I'll say the F word every now and then, but the harsh language for people that aren't expecting it can be very jarring. And here's the thing, some people don't care. So, probably a lot of the people, yeah, fudge. A lot of people watching don't care if I say fudge, and they probably use it all the time. But there are some that do care. And I'm trying to be as inclusive with my language as I can be. And I don't think curse words are very inclusive. That's a cool icon, coding tomato. It's a tomato that's made out of curly braces. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some people curse too much. I don't know. Yeah. Again, it varies, but here's the thing. If you are someone that does curse, you are likely alienating more people than you realize. Whereas if you just don't curse at all, no one will notice or care. So, all right. Yeah. I'm trying my best not to land you. Like, I think that is a theme of the coding garden, is to be as inclusive as we can be. Yeah, it'll be good to have this page open. We can have the Wikipedia page open. Here we go, definition of an origin. Great, this is what we want. And then there's literally an RFC. We won't pull that open though. We will talk about the origin header because technically when a web client makes a request to a backend, it can look at that origin header. Cool. Yeah. Nope. We're about to. I'm getting all my resources ready, and then we're gonna start explaining. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I challenge all of you out there. Go the rest of the day without saying a curse word. It's tricky, especially if you're pretty used to doing it. Yeah. I like to do it because my parents were always too strict. Yeah, so it's funny. Like, I didn't say the word shut up until I was like 10 years old. My mother was very strict. And I think when I found curse words, I absolutely was using them all the time. I don't know. Okay. What are we doing? Server 1. Cool. It's a game you can't win, but you'll try. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice little like social experiment too, right? Like, also like an exercise in seeing if you are capable of self-control like that. Only 8 minutes left in the day. Yeah. No, so this is not a mock-up. These are representing servers. I guess I don't really want it to. Oh, it's a square. Can I do that? Can I do that? I wanted it to be a rectangle, I guess. Yeah, this is not a mock-up. These just represent servers. And then this will go from here to here. Cool. Draw.io has an extension for VS Code? I had no idea. Swearing benefits wellness. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, people do need to vent, right? And so, absolutely, like, using that kind of language can help you psychologically because you're just, like, venting all of your frustration. Yeah. When a web page and a web server love each other so much. All right, let's talk about it. Let's call this a web client. You're seeing that I'm having to like if I start typing at the beginning of a word, for whatever reason it wasn't using the font. Okay. We want to talk about, we'll define resource, and we'll also define origin first. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Is everyone ready? I'll go into focus mode so we can get it done. And then making a bet on on what? Oh, on cursing while talking about CORS. Yeah, so we talk about payments. Cool. All right. Web browser is better than web client. Yeah, because it is a restriction of the browser. I'll go with it. I'll go with that. And I think, like, really what we're also saying here is client-side code. It's client-side JavaScript. Cool. All right. Here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, we're going to talk about CORS. This question comes from Shah, who says, what does enabling CORS mean? And my goal is to make the be-all, end-all video on CORS. If you or a friend or a loved one has questions about CORS, you can direct them to this video, and we're going to explain it. And so let's start. It all starts with understanding first what an origin is. And if we look at the definition of an origin on Mozilla Developer Network, we say two URLs have the same origin if the protocol, port, and host are the same for both. So for example, if we look at this URL, which is store.company.com with some path on it, and we look at this one with some other path on it, these are the same origin even though they have a different path because they share the same protocol. This is HTTP, this is HTTP. This is store.company.com, this is store.company.com. This is technically port 80, this is also port 80. So these two URLs are the same origin. These two URLs are not the same origin, and can you tell me why? First person in the chat to tell me why these two URLs are not the same origin gets a cookie. Yeah, you got it, HTTPS. So you can see that this has HTTPS, that's the protocol, and this one has HTTP. I mean, it technically, it gives you the answer right there. It gives you the answer. But when you're trying to determine if two origins are the same, we can see it's a different protocol. Nope, because we know that all three of those have to be the same, all right? And then now, if we look at this one and this one, why are they not the same? Because they use a different port. So there is some implied knowledge here. You should understand how URLs work. You should understand that ports are different. But once you have all of that and you understand how URLs work, you can see this has the same protocol, this has the same host, but it does not have the same port because this is 81 and this one without a port implies port 80. And then lastly, if we look at these two, they have the same protocol, but they have, this one and this one, same protocol, but they have a different domain, right? So this is store.company.com and this is news.company.com. Even though it's a subdomain, they technically are a different host. So CORS applies here as well. So that's the first thing to understanding CORS is understanding what an origin is. If you can tell me whether or not two origins are the same or not, you are on your way to understanding CORS. Great. The next piece of understanding CORS are resources. So a web resource is anything that you might access on the web. So that could be an HTML page, that could be JSON data, that could be a file that you're downloading on the web. Anything that you're accessing on the web is a resource of some kind. All right, we have our two base definitions. We have what is an origin, we have what is a resource. Now we can talk about CORS because CORS stands for cross origin. And really, it's combined. Cross-origin resource sharing. This. So. We talked about what an origin is, right? And we know how to differentiate and see that two origins are different. What happens if one origin wants to request a resource from some other origin? This is where we deal with cross-origin resource sharing. So let's say code running on store.company.com wants to make a resource request to news.company.com. That is going to fall under a CORS request because it is cross-origin. It's from one origin to a separate origin. And that is where CORS comes into play. CORS happens, yeah. All right, let me collect my thoughts before we talk about the next thing. Yeah, and then really it gets into like, this is a restriction of the browser, so we'll talk about that next. Okay. So again, that brings us to cross-origin resource sharing. And the next thing it's important to note is that this is a restriction of web browsers. So if you look at the Wikipedia page for cross-origin resource sharing, it's a mechanism that allows restricted resources on a web page to be requested from another domain outside the domain in which the first was served. Now, this is actually defined as a standard, and every web browser out there, so Firefox, Edge, Safari, Opera, whatever else, internally, they all implement this mechanism. So whenever a web page is loaded, it falls under this specific security mechanism because it's loaded inside of the web browser. And so web browsers are coded in this way, in that when a web browser loads this web page, it's going to restrict what resources can be requested from that specific origin. Let's see an example. So let's see an example. CORS client example. I've heard 37,000 CORS definitions, and none of them were this clear from the very beginning. I appreciate the vote of confidence, the She-Boss, because I really am. This is going to be the be-all, end-all CORS video. I forget though, isn't CORS only for non-GET requests? Yeah. So any resource that's being requested from a web browser, regardless of if it's a GET request or a post or a patch, any one of those will have to adhere to cross-origin resource sharing. Okay. Got ourselves a basic web page. Call this my Reddit client. And I just want to confirm really quick that I actually am going to get a CORS error if I try to make a request to Reddit. Yeah. CORS Light? Oh, I get it. It's like a beer. Okay. Let me just add a script to this page. And in the video, I'm not going to... I'll just have the example ready to go. All of this is going to be cut. This is for Twitch only. So we have a function called getPosts. We are just going to try to make a fetch request to https://reddit.com /r/javascript.json. And in my experience, this will give you a CORS error. But we'll see. If it doesn't, I'll spin up an API that gives a CORS error. Yeah, for now, we're just going to log that JSON. Cool. All right. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. So that gives us a CORS error, but if we want to get rid of the CORS error, we actually can just call it dub. And that doesn't give us a CORS error. Cool. Reddit as an example. All right, here we go. I'm going to put this in a variable so you can see it. All right, resume video. All right, I have an example set up where we're going to build a basic web page that attempts to load posts from Reddit. So Reddit is a news and link and text sharing website. We're going to use that as an example because their API does a thing where we will get a CORS error. So I have this basic HTML page. It here has loaded a script, app.js, and inside of this script, we have a function which is going to attempt to make a request to Reddit. So we're going to make a request to this subreddit, r/javascript. And a nice thing about Reddit is if you just put .json on the end of any of the URLs, you will get an API response. But this actually will give us a CORS error, and I'll show why. But we're going to make a fetch request. So we're saying when the page loads, make a request to this URL to get it. This is an example of a web resource. So we're requesting that resource from our web page here. And then when we get it back, we parse it. And for now, we're just logging it out. But let's see what happens. So this website I have running locally using a tool called Light Server. All this does is start up a static file server in this directory. And then it will auto-refresh the page if I make any changes. But do know that this code is running locally. But if we look at it, this is the origin that this code is running on, right? So this code is running with a protocol of HTTP, a domain of localhost, and a port of 3014, right? And if we think back to the definition of an origin, those two origins are different, right? First of all, they have different protocols. Second of all, they have a different host, and they also have a different port. This is port 3014, and then anything that's HTTPS implies port 443, but we don't have to type that. So by definition, these are two separate origins. So when the code running on this origin, localhost 3014, makes a request here, the browser is going to step in and be like, whoa, you can't do that. and they do. So this is probably the dreaded error that you're used to seeing in the console. Cross-origin request blocked. The same origin policy disallows reading the remote resource, like we talked about, it's a resource, at this URL. The reason, CORS request did not succeed, status code null. All right, so we're getting this error. How do we solve it? And first of all, let's talk about why we're getting this error. And so this gets into what actually happens behind the scenes when the browser will attempt to make a cross-origin request. Because it's possible for a cross-origin request to succeed, but the client and the server need to work together to make sure that that happens. And right now, they're not working together. And so specifically, if we look at CORS defined on MDN, they do talk about all of these various headers. So again, a prerequisite to really understanding all of this is understanding HTTP, URLs, headers, but that gets us to these headers. So when a server wants to allow some other origin to request its resources, it can specify this header and a few others, but this is the most important one. Access control allow origin. And this header is set by a server. It has to be set by a server. The client has nothing to do with this header. It's at the whim of the server. So if we look in this diagram, our code is running, and we're making some requests to a server. Let's take a quick stretch. And actually, let me get rid of this extra stuff. Go here. All right, so you're writing code, it's running inside of a web browser. We're making some request to some server. Before that can even happen, before this even happens, the browser will make a request to the server to see if it's going to be allowed to happen. Let me write that out. Actually, no, I want a rectangle. Yeah, so this is basically this is called the pre-flight request. It's going to make an options request. And actually, I'll number this. This is step 1. Yeah, what's up, Kishan? We're still live. We're talking about CORS right now. Trying to update my diagram to make it a bit nicer. Okay. So we get I'm gonna finish the diagram and then I'll talk about it. Options request, options response, and then the browser will, I guess, like validate the options response, and if that's successful, the actual request will happen. Actual intended, I don't even know if there's a name for it, but that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen here. And then this diagram isn't even that good. I don't know why I'm making this diagram. I guess it will help though, because we'll show it in the network tab as well. What's a hard request, Tish? What do you mean by that? No, then the arrow goes the other direction. Four. Thank you. Thank you, Shivas. If you have custom headers, it becomes a hard request, which sent options requests to make the handshake. I'm interested to see what will happen here, because if we make the request here, we actually do see. Well, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't even make an options request. This just fails. I still don't know how to center a div. That's cushy. Okay, so why is the options request not sent in this scenario? And Namaste Geek, thank you very much for the resub. Thanks for saying, like, if I set custom headers, then it does send an options request? Whole year! Yeah, thank you, Namaste Geek. Not want to persist logs anymore. Clear it. If you send a GET request with authorization, it becomes a hard request. So there's no, you're saying like if I specified an authorization header, there's no options request? I mean, the other issue here is I wasn't setting a header to begin with, but I still didn't see an options request. When is options request sent? Sends a pre-flight request to ensure this origin has permission to send requests. Is it because it's cached? No. So if we change this to one that doesn't fail, I'm curious if we get an options request. Maybe the browser is just like hiding it from us. I added the header on response. Shouldn't I add it to the fetch? No, this is the fetch. Yeah, so this is the client-side code initiating it. This gets back the response. Right now, I'm only in control of the client code. I'm not in control of the server-side code. It should be on GET requests too. I don't think it's on a post request only. And then if I call this, okay, this does send an options request. And this is what we want to see. Allow credentials false, which means I can't set an authorization header, but I could do something like X API key. This won't matter. Yeah, so I think it's the opposite of what you were mentioning. Like, if we are specifying headers on a resource on an endpoint that does support CORS, then we get the options request. Because it's weird. Like, if we change it to this one doesn't get the options request at all. It just immediately fails. I guess I'll just describe it as sometimes. Sometimes this happens. Because even when I'm specifying headers, it's not actually happening. And then that fails, but if I do this... Yeah, and then there's no options request there either. I'm going to put a little question mark right here, because this may or may not happen. It's possible that there's an extension blocking it. Let me disable ad block and privacy badger. Privacy badger blocks cookies that are, JavaScript trying to set cookies, cross-domain cookies. All right. And it's possible that the browser actually is doing just a, like a head request, meaning it's not doing options, but it's not requesting the full resource. It's requesting... Oh, and then I do see that this responds with a 301 moved permanently. It's trying to redirect us here, which is why it doesn't respond with CORS headers. I mean, this doesn't matter as much because I just want to mention it because you will see it. No, we're not working with payments right now. Can I make all of this somewhat transparent? That did nothing. I'll make this yellowish. I mean, focus mode is usually focus mode when we're trying to do other things. Why is the code running twice? Oh, because it is giving us a 301 response. All right. I'm going to do my best to talk about this and then also mention like a pre-flight request and stuff like that. I think the last place I was talking about possible headers. Okay. Let me figure out how to say this. Right, so there are some headers involved that the server side can set when a request is being made to a server. One of the important ones is access control allow origin. And this is what the server says are origins that are allowed to make requests to this specific backend. It's important to note, though, that if I had a backend running at this exact same origin, I wouldn't be restricted to that. Like, the check doesn't even happen because they are the same origin. But in this case, my code running at this origin is trying to make the request to Reddit, which is a different origin. Let's look at a diagram. What typically happens, like when you're making a request from the web browser to the server, is there will be initial request called an options request. And that essentially is the web browser checking to see, hey, does the server support a cross-origin request, because before I do the actual work, I just want to see, does it support it? In the example that we have here, we're not seeing that options request, but I'll show you an example where you would see an options request. So what's happening is first the web browser is making a request to the server, and then the server is responding, but it's not responding with this header. And we can see that in the network tab. So if you're ever getting this CORS error, one of the first things you want to do is click on the network tab in the DevTools. Right now I have it filtered down to only show me requests to reddit.com, and I can actually see the request that my browser is making. So when the page loads, the JavaScript is running, it's making a request to this URL, and what we can do is look at the response headers. Because if the response headers has this value, access control allow origin, that's going to tell us a lot about what their server is allowing. And right now, if we look at all of these headers, there is no access control allow origin header even set. So the browser immediately stops. It says, no, JavaScript, you cannot do that. That's a separate origin. They didn't tell me that you're allowed to make this request. So it immediately halts the request. And so that's just it. That's one of the first things you can look at. Look at what the server is responding with, and is it specifically setting this header? Great. Let's take a quick stretch. If we inspect this request a little bit further, we actually can see that it's trying to redirect us to www.reddit.com. So that's the reason why this Reddit endpoint isn't supporting CORS, is because it's just a redirect, and then this is the endpoint that actually does support CORS. So this is not going to be the scenario for APIs that you're dealing with. I just wanted an example of an endpoint that is going to give me a CORS error that we can then fix. The takeaway from here is that this endpoint right now does not have that header. It does not have the access control allow origin header. But if I change where I'm making the request to, I'm going to make the request here. And again, this is only specific to the Reddit API. This probably isn't going to work for the ones that you're dealing with. I'm going to show you how we fix it with the ones that you're dealing with. But what you will see now is that this request succeeds. But if we look at the headers and we look at the response headers, we do see that the server has specified access control allow origin. And that is a header that can only be set by the server. But because they set it to star, that means that any origin is allowed to make this request. So anywhere on the web that tries to make a request to this URL, the web browser is going to let it happen, because that server responds with a header that says any origin can make the request. The server can also respond with a more specific origin. The server could say, oh, only code running at www.reddit.com is allowed to make the request, or star.reddit.com. But in this case, it says any origin. Literally anyone can make that request, and that's nice. It's nice when you're dealing with APIs, especially if you're just doing client-side code, that set this header, because that means you can request it from anywhere. So in this example, the request is made, the server responds with that header, and the browser has to check, and it's like, oh, well, my origin technically matches that remote origin, because, or the remote allowed origin, because they said star. I'm going to let this request happen, and in turn, we actually do get the data back from that specific endpoint. Yeah. Okay, let's see my to-do list, because we need to talk about other things. Yeah. All right, that was just an example of the kind of error you would get when a server doesn't support CORS versus when it does support CORS. Ignore me changing the URL. That's not going to work for you. What's going to work for you are one of these two things. So if you are in control of the server that you're making requests to, you can set that header, right? And it depends on what backend language you're using, but ultimately your backend code needs to set this header in the response. Specifically, if you're using Express, there's this nice CORS module that lets you set the header on your Express backend. So this is backend code. It would never run inside of a client. It's running on a backend, and you can install this middleware and then specify what you want that origin to be. So in this example, by setting up the options this way, the access control allow origin header is going to be set to http://example.com. And what's nice about this CORS module, especially if you're in Express, is it does support what's known as an options request. Cool. Let me. We gotta go in focus mode again so I can finish this up. Great. And so ultimately, if you're in control of the server, you can set these headers. And whether or not your backend was written in Node or some other language, there is likely some package you can install that's going to let you set these headers from your backend to allow other origins to make those requests. Yeah. Yeah. And so now we're going to talk about how you can do... Yeah, and David has a good question, but I'll try to answer it when I talk about this. So now, let's say you're not in control of the server. Let's say you didn't build that backend. You're making a request to some API and they don't set that header. What do? In this case, you need some sort of CORS proxy. And the CORS proxy is essentially a server in the middle that your front end makes a request to, that then in turn makes a request to the origin you're trying to reach, and then responds to your server in the middle, and then your server in the middle responds to you with those given CORS headers. Let's see that in the diagram. We are gonna just copy this. We're gonna call this the proxy server. We're almost there. We're almost there. Can I just get a feel from the chat? Have you learned anything in the past 30 minutes or however long I've been talking about this? Has this cleared anything up for you? Definitely. Glad to hear it, the Shibas. I appreciate that, Java guy. Yep, great. 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 Glad to hear it. And actually, we'll add a step in here. We'll say 3. Add CORS headers to response. And then forward to response. Yeah, and I think the last thing I need to do is just talk about why this even exists, and then to David's question, well, if you can just use a proxy server, then what's the point? And that really comes down to cross-site request forgery and how cookies are handled and stuff like that. Because a lot of APIs that or websites that don't support CORS, for example a banking website, are going to have their cookies set to HTTP only, and it's going to be difficult, if not impossible, for your proxy to get a hold of those cookies that it needs to forward in the request. Oh, this is 3, this is 4. And this is 5. Okay. Does anyone have an example of an API that doesn't support CORS? Because honestly, that would be better to show an example of, because then we can proxy it. 10 free-to-use CORS proxies. I think technically, the Twitch APIs do support CORS, but you just have to send your client ID in the requests. Yeah, CORS Anywhere is probably the most popular one, but it got highly restricted. Shopify admin? Yeah, so what's a very generic Shopify website where we can just request the products from it? Pokemon cards. I mean, there's I know a lot of Pokemon card sites that do run on Shopify. I'll also look into crossorigin.me. Is this another CORS proxy? It's about to do some weird stuff. Is this, did I type it right? Bouncy? Can you make sure that website actually is real? Oh, I guess I didn't even talk about JSON P or JSON with padding. See if API or see if server supports JSON P, which is JSON with padding. Supporting CORS meaning that API responds with these headers. Yeah. What's JSON L? I never heard of JSON L. JSON lines? Never heard of it. All right. I'm pretty sure there's like a recipe API that doesn't support CORS. Oh, this is cool. So this list of APIs actually will tell you if it supports CORS or not. Well, technically, if an API supports CORS, they can return any resource they want. It doesn't have to just be JSON. They could return HTML. They could return XML. We want one that says CORS no. The Board Game Geek API. Oh, it's XML. Oh, no! Dungeons and Dragons API? This would be great because this is a fun topic. Nice. And let's actually just try to make this request in here. No, they do support CORS. So that GitHub repo needs to be updated. Because, for example, if we look at the request made here and we look at the headers, they are responding with access control allow origin star, meaning they support CORS from any origin, which is great. But it says they don't. I did see some examples in chat, but they were just like things I'd never heard of, so I don't know if I'd want to try them. Minecraft server status. I think GitHub definitely supports CORS. Reddit supports CORS. And I don't like the example that I was showing where Reddit just gave us a redirect, because that's not the same thing. I don't want to actually. I'm gonna backtrack because I don't want to confuse people. Milwaukee County Transit System. I mean, that's cool, but it's. It's not very general. I'll mention that, David, but that has to do with the other headers that the server is responding with. And I'll show you that in a second. Yeah, like the main issue with creating my own API is then we are in control of the API. And I want to show an example of where we are not. Oh, but that's just github.com. I guess technically, yeah. In any, it's not an API, but any website landing page we could use as an example. Cats. Pictures of cats from Tumblr. Get your API key from thecatapi.com. Cool. This gets a random kitty. Get all public images. V1 images search. Query parameters. Page? Wait, what did I just do? I just loaded my own. This is promising, but let's see. Because we could just get a random cat. That's awesome if this works. They support courses. So that GitHub repo that I'm looking at is a little bit out of date. Because they technically do support CORS. eBird? Give me all the birds. The Netflix API? Is it open though? I don't think it's that open. And then also like this would be getting into so this worked. Yeah, it's access control route. Yeah. So apparently I've done this before. Thank you, American 2050. Let's see where I'm making the request to. Yeah, I'm calling this. And then I set this, I set this up as a Vercel function. Yeah, Discord it's likely that you shouldn't be making requests for Discord from a web client anyways, because you need to hide your secrets in your API keys. So you would only be making those from a backend anyways. Yeah, it's a Lambda function. That's what this is. Let's see this example. Nice. All right, let's just do the whole video over again. Oh yeah. I mean, you're totally right. That's when. So when I was doing this example, to really show people what was happening in the client side code, we very explicitly named our function. Get chatters on the front end because that's where we are. Like, this is the client-side code making the request. Yeah, and then I ended up making this proxy. Well, look, I don't even have to recreate the proxy. I can just show the code. See if it's... Yeah, it still works. Nice. And there are 279 chatters here. All right, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use this proxy code that I've already written, but I am going to rewrite the client-side code. Awesome. Let's... redo that part of the video where I was talking about. And I should have been more prepared. I'm sorry, everyone, that I've been rambling and all this, but I just wanted a good example to show. I feel like the start of the video was great. The start of the video was like, yes, best thing ever, and then it slowly devolved. Is this it? No, we don't want the proxied one. We want this one. All right, we're gonna move back to where I showed this example, because when I was talking about like changing the URL and getting it to work and stuff like that, that was just too much. So let's start again. All right, so now we know what CORS stands for, we know what an origin is, we know what a resource is. Now, let's see an example of that. So I have some client-side code here. This is just a basic web page that loads some JavaScript. And then in the JavaScript, I'm attempting to load this specific resource. So this is an API provided by Twitch that tells me who is in my Twitch chat. So I'm making the request here, and this says there are 281 people in the Twitch chat, and I can see all their names and stuff like that. So useful endpoint, right? And so I'm trying to write some client-side code that makes a request there, and for now, it just logs out all of those chatters. But let's think about what we learned about origins, right? So the code that I'm running right now is just a static file server here, and it's running on port 3014. So it's just a local static server running here. And we learned about origins, and we know that these are two different origins, right? Tell me all the reasons why. They have different protocols. One of them is HTTPS, one of them is HTTP. They have a different host. One of them is localhost, one of them is tmi.twitch.tv. They have different ports. One of them is 3014. This one is 443 because it's implied from HTTPS. So these are absolutely two different origins. And my code is trying to make a request to a different origin. So this is where CORS comes into play, cross-origin resource sharing. And we can see the dreaded CORS error. And so this is probably the error that you're trying to solve. You see this in your console. But it tells us some pretty good information, right? It says the request was blocked. The same origin policy disallows reading remote resource at that URL. Reason, CORS header access control allow origin is missing. So this gets into one of the first ways we can fix a CORS error is you can do it on the server. So if you're in control of the server or of the place that you're making the request against, you can set this header. You can set the access control allow origin header. And if we look in the in the MDN docs on CORS headers, this is the main header that needs to be set by a server in order to allow other resources to make a request to that server. But this specific endpoint does not do that. And if we take a look at the network tab, we can also debug why this is happening. So if I click this, if I refresh the page, if we filter to only show requests to tmi.twitch, we can see the request that happened. And if we expand this, we can look at the actual headers that were sent by the response. So the web browser is looking at these response headers, and it's like, do I see an access control allow origin header? And in this case, I don't, because their server is not responding with that. And this gets to our diagram here, where basically your web browser will start to make the request. In some scenarios, there will be an options request that is the browser doesn't request all of the data first. It just asks the server, hey, what do you support? And it can respond. In this scenario, it just tried to make the request. The server responded, and then the browser halted there, and it was like, wait, the response doesn't have that header, and it doesn't tell me what origins are allowed, so I will not allow it. So that is what's happening there. And again, if we were in charge of the server, we could set those headers. So I don't know what language this specific endpoint is written in. Oh, not this one. This one. I don't know what language this is written in, but if it's written in node.js, they could go into their node.js source code. If it's written in Express, they could add this CORS module, and this is a module that on the back end will actually set the CORS headers. And so if we wanted them to, they could set the access control allow origin header, this one, to be http://localhost 3014. They could set it to that explicitly. Another thing they could do is just set it to star, meaning any origin is allowed to make this request. But that's if we were in control of the server. And in this case, we are not. We can't control the code there. That means we can't set the headers. So we have to resort to something else. Now, I will say, if you're talking to a specific API, you should see if that API supports JSON-P, which is JSON padding. I'm going to see if Wikipedia has an article on it. Yeah. So this is a way of getting around CORS before like JSON APIs were prevalent, and before backend servers were like setting this header and stuff. I'm not going to get into the specifics, but ultimately what happens is a server will respond with JSON code that's wrapped in a function call. And the front end essentially just sets a script tag to have that URL. And then once the browser loads that script, it invokes the function. So this is JSON with padding, JSON-P. So you should look at the API docs. Do they support this? And if they do, you could do this instead of having to do anything even with CORS. And so in this scenario, this has nothing to do, and they don't have to set the CORS headers because we are just setting it as a script tag, which in turn would get parsed by the browser, and then it would attempt to invoke a function that you could have for the data. Regardless, that's JSON-P. The other way to fix this is using some sort of CORS proxy. And let's talk about what a proxy is. So at the end of the day, what we want is we want our server to be setting this header, right? But if we're not in control of the server, we would need a proxy to set that header for us. And that would work like this. Basically, your web browser would make a request to some proxy server, either that you've set up or that is like a general purpose proxy or like a CORS proxy. That proxy server then takes that request and makes that request to the actual server that you're trying to respond to. That server responds and your proxy gets the response. Now, you may be wondering, well, why doesn't this server have to adhere to CORS? Because it's not a browser. If you remember, cross-origin resource sharing is something built into a web browser. So if some other backend makes a request to some other backend, CORS doesn't even come into play because it's literally just code running on a server. So basically we say, hey proxy server, please make this request for me. They get back the data. They didn't have to deal with CORS, but now before they give that data back to us, they're going to put that CORS header on the response. And then finally we get the response in the browser that has those CORS headers set, which allows us to actually use that data on our web page. And so that's what a proxy is, in this case a CORS proxy. You can see an example of some hosted ones, and you might think about this, like, okay, somebody hosts a free proxy server. If they're just letting anybody use that proxy server, they do have to deal with a lot of data being transferred, right? And that's why a lot of CORS proxies have actually shut down. So CORS Anywhere was one that we used all the time, but they locked it down because it was just getting too much use and they didn't have the bandwidth to use it. But if you do want to see a demo with this, you can go to their website, so corsanywhere.herokuapp.com, CORS-anywhere. Click this button, and now that you have temporary access, you can use it. So what we can do is we can update our code to put the proxy URL in front. So we'll call this the CORS proxy. And that's going to be equal to this, not CORS demo, just that. And the way that their proxy works is you literally just take the URL you're trying to make the request to and put it after the proxy URL, like this. And if we do that, it works. It works. And if we look in the console, we are getting that data back from the server. But we can see what happened, right? So if we go back to the network tab, we can see that this server responded with access control allow origin star. And that's because it was sitting in the middle. It made the request for us. It got the response. It put that CORS header on it, and then we were able to load it into the browser, just like that. But I would say this isn't like a scalable solution. You wouldn't want to do this in your apps that you deploy because users would have to go here and click this button. This is really just for demonstration purposes. And you technically could set up your own CORS Anywhere server. Let's take a quick stretch. Like you could go to their GitHub repo. They have instructions on how to set it up on your own server. And then in your source code, you could update that specific endpoint. Now, I will say a reason why you might not want to do this is because once you've enabled access, this is a general purpose CORS proxy, meaning any website that tries to use this can. And unless you've locked it down like they have, your web server is going to be getting a lot of traffic if people start to use that CORS server. So the other way of doing this is basically creating your own API that wraps those specific endpoints. So instead of just passing any general purpose URL, we are going to create our own backend, and we'll call this like our custom backend. And that custom backend can set the CORS headers. It can do all of the stuff that we want it to do. And behind the scenes, it will make the request for us. So I'm not going to write the code live on stream, but I will point you to this GitHub repo where I set up a Vercel Lambda function, where essentially when we make a request to this Lambda function, it'll take in the channel name. In this case, it defaults to Coding Garden. If it was an options request, which we talked about earlier, it's just going to respond with that little header set. And so earlier when I talked about if you're in charge of the server-side code, you can set whatever headers you want. In this case, it's setting that access control allow origin to star, meaning anyone can request this from any origin. And then it actually makes the request. So in this case, I'm using a library called Axios, which is similar to Fetch. It just has some other error handling and stuff built in. But basically, this is making a request there. And ending with Ollie. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. What's up? Shouts out. We're talking about CORS right now. Cool. You were publishing a new blog post trying to figure out how to debug Vercel. We're talking about Vercel right now. Can you link your blog post? We'll check it out. Check it out. Give us a link. But what I'm talking about right now is specifically CORS. This is going to be the be-all, end-all CORS video. Like if people want to understand what CORS is, you can direct them to this video. Yeah. Does anyone have a link? Oh, here we go. 75code.ali.dev. 75 rules for the 75 code challenge. Interesting. Yeah, so you're not allowed to use the shoutout unless you're a mod or you're me. So it's gonna it's gonna call the internet police on you. Cool. So you came up with the 75 code challenge based on other things that you'd read about? That was great. Maybe I'll give it a go. Cool. I will say I was lurking your stream yesterday. You were talking about I tuned in right at the end of it, but you were talking about DEF CON because you went to DEF CON. But I think I tuned in when you were already done talking about everything. So Cool. Oh, you're going to be streaming live every single day to do the 75 code challenge. Wow. Wow. Awesome. All right, cool. Well, thanks for the raid. Thanks for bringing your friends in. All right. We're going to get back to focus. I'm almost done with this video. Basically, I've talked about like what CORS is. We're showing an example of it. And then I'm going to edit this down to a YouTube video later on. Okay. Where were we? Right here. So I've written this custom Vercel function that we can make a request to. In turn, it then makes the request to this endpoint that we want, and then it responds with the data. But if we look at the diagram, essentially it's getting that response from the server, adding the CORS header, and then sending that response to us. So specifically, if I pull up that URL, not that one, this one. So specifically, this is where I hosted that thing. So I wrote the custom proxy, I put it at this specific endpoint, and now anyone can make a request here, and it's going to add those CORS headers. So if I change my code to no longer request the direct TMI URL, and I'm no longer making the request to CORS anywhere, now I'm calling my custom proxy. The code should work as well. So we see the page loads, and then we get back all of that data. Underneath. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. And so that's an example of setting up my own CORS proxy. And you'll see that this CORS proxy is API specific, right? So this proxy that I built only makes requests to the TMI endpoint. It's not just any URL you want to provide it. And I do recommend if you're going to build your own backend endpoints, this is how you should do it. It should be very specific and not as general purpose, because if it's more general purpose, then it could be potentially abused or used for a lot of other things. Great. And then the other thing I'll mention is you don't always have to set, if you're in control of the backend, you don't have to set the origin to star. You could set this to specific origins that you want to allow. So if I wrote this backend code, I could actually set the allowed origin to be localhost 3014. Or if I deploy this site, I could set the allowed origin to be that specific origin that I deploy it to. Star just means anyone can request it. Okay. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's it. I'll open it up to chat. If you have any further questions about CORS, I'll try to answer them and like fit them into the video somehow. That took me like so long. It took me like an hour probably. That's going to end up being like a 10-20 minute video. Oh well. I think I mostly covered it. Yeah, I guess I didn't talk about these other headers. I guess I'll go ahead and do that because someone did ask about these other headers. And American 2050 is asking, if I need to make a request to my backend from a client app like Electron, where you're technically not bound by CORS, I guess, I don't know if, yeah, I think Electron, you can just like, there's a way of disabling CORS checking in Electron, I do believe. How would I protect it from others? Via a login or via some sort of API key. Basically, if anyone watches the network traffic of your Electron app and they're able to just get secret data, you don't want that to happen. So really your backend should be locking it down somehow. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so I guess the other thing I'll mention, because it was mentioned by Java Guy, other ways of getting around CORS, there are extensions you can install in your web browser. So like for Firefox or Chrome, that will disable CORS, but I would say don't do that because that will only work for you. And then when someone else tries to go to your website, if they don't have that plugin installed, it will not work. So I would say don't use those plugins. Either try to find a way of calling your API that does JSONP or that responds with the right origin header, or build a proxy. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so learn the actual mechanics of it and how to get around it instead of just disabling it altogether. I guess I will mention this. So I'll link in the description where I actually built and deployed this code if you want to see an example of writing your own proxy server. But we're not going to cover that in this video because I just wanted to show you an existing example. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, the last thing I'll talk about is all the rest of these headers. And then I'm done. And then I'm done and I'll go. All right, so this is a quick aside at the end. I guess this is going to be at the end of the video. Let me redo that. A quick aside about other headers you might see when dealing with CORS. So access control allow origin is the main one. That's going to say what origin is allowed to make requests to a specific backend origin. You might see these other ones, and that might affect the request that you're making. So access control allow headers, a server can respond with that, and that makes it so that only those specific headers are allowed to be set in the request that is being made. And this response will include a list of all those headers that you're allowed to use. Same thing with access control allow methods. The server can respond and say get method is only allowed. And so if you tried to make a post request, it actually wouldn't respond with CORS headers because it didn't want to allow that, if that's how it was set up. Similarly, like the server can set all of these headers, and the browser basically just works on its behalf to make sure that it is restricting requests based on these headers that were set by the server as well. Okay, lastly, let's talk about why this exists at all. So some people did have the question, well, if you can just use a proxy server, why does the browser even have this restriction to begin with? And the reason is there are certain requests that are made within a web browser that couldn't be replicated by a proxy. And these are requests that are dependent on things like HTTP-only cookies, or basically requests that a client-side code wouldn't be able to replicate and pass through a proxy. And a good example of this is like a bank website. So a bank website typically would not want to allow cross-origin resource sharing because they don't want random websites requesting bank account information. And the only way to make requests to their backend is if you have a specific cookie set by their specific website, and the request specifically comes from their website. So unless the client-side code had a way of getting access to those cookies, it wouldn't be able to replicate them through a proxy. And that's one of the main reasons you see the cross-origin resource sharing restriction, is because when you're dealing with web contexts that need to be secure and shouldn't be allowed to be requests from anywhere, the browser is essentially working on their behalf to make sure that those kinds of requests can't happen. Cool. Are you still here, David? Did you have any other questions? I think you just had something, right? A lot of REST clients are Electron apps. Cool. Oh no, this is just this is draw.io. It redirects to app.diagrams.net. No more questions, just comment. Give us your comments. Your proxy could create a cookie jar. Yeah, so you could set cookies, but you couldn't. If a cookie specifically was HTTP only, you couldn't reuse it or you couldn't send it because it's not going to come across in the request. Yeah. Proxy server is not the authentication server. Proxy server is just a server that you're in control of that makes requests. And so in our example, we wrote this little Vercel Lambda function, serverless function, that makes the request to this endpoint that doesn't support CORS, like this, responds with it, but it's actually responding by putting the access control allow origin header on it. It's not doing authentication. It's not. The only thing it's doing is it's forwarding the request, putting this header on it, and then sending the response. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, and that's what we talked about earlier. And if you looked in the network tab when the request was made earlier, really we want this one. Like this. So in the case where it didn't make the options request, the browser makes the request, and we actually can see the response. Yeah, and we're in this. I mean, earlier I think we actually saw the data, but you can see that the browser is saying response body not available to scripts because CORS is missing. But technically, if we looked at the network traffic, the server did respond with the data, but the browser is limiting us from accessing that data because the server did not respond with the access control allow origin header. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That's all I have to say. Hopefully this cleared things up for you. Hopefully you have a slightly better understanding of CORS. and hopefully you can fix CORS issues in the apps that you're working on. Thank you for watching this video. We'll see you in the next one. Okay, I will push this up. Actually, where did I even write this code? I had a completely separate repo for TMI API proxy. Thank you, old school rapper. Appreciate it. Like I said, I feel like it was really rambly. In view vitae, thank you very much for the sub. Content. Cool. Do I take caching into account for the proxy server? This one does not. Yeah, this one just forwards the request. Doesn't care if it's seen that request before. It's making the request to tmi.twitch.tv every time. I did another video talking about rate limiting APIs and setting up API keys and also caching. And that does that. So basically, if this data doesn't change very often, you can cache it, and that way you don't have to make the request on your server all the time. Let me show you that video. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna look at that after stream. Thank you, Kashili. Yeah, really, any one of these. Wait, is this where I created it? The Twitter API proxy? Repo before that. Their entire code base in chain. DeepSense. New tab. DevTools. G'day. Welcome in. Does anyone know? Does anyone know what video I did that in? Intro to serverless with Vercel. Is this where I wrote that code? But I will say this video, right, the one on the end, this one, hide API keys. That's where I talk about all that. This is it? Yeah, this is the one. Can we talk about serverless? Would call some other API. We could get a useless fact. Alka, can you let me, what is the TMI endpoint for users currently in chat? Good afternoon. I'm gonna do it on Versal. Okay, so Callum asked the question. Maybe we'll just do it on that. Well, I want to know my chatters, not your chatters, yeah. Alka. Oh, I went through the exact same issue. Like, what API do we use? This endpoint, these are actually just, these are the people that are currently in the, that have said something in Twitch chat. Port CORS. It probably does. Oh no, actually it doesn't. It might dynamically set the CORS header CORS, then that makes a lot of sense to put this behind a serverless function, because it might dynamically... Okay, if you want to watch me build that proxy Versal function, check out that video. All right, I'm gonna edit video with Descript. That's my plan. Can I save this as an image? PNG. Yeah. Coding Garden. Ask me anything. Course. Diagram. I'll check it out. That's the VS Code Draw IO integration. Wow, it's like embedded right in VS Code. That's pretty cool. Hey, got ourselves a diagram. We'll add it to this. Though, it didn't have a white background, so it's not going to look good on dark mode, I don't think. Cool. I guess I'll download the XML just in case I ever want to edit it. Cool. I haven't done a video on editors, no. I mean, I've just pretty much always used... I used Atom for a really long time, and then I used VS Code. But I haven't talked about other editors. Nice, but like I said, the arrows you can't see because it has a dark background. You still use Sublime? That's cool. That's cool. Cool. So that's the code we wrote today and the diagram. Awesome. I'm tired. What about you? If you're not using punch cards, you're doing it wrong. Did we get to all the questions that were asked today? Let me see. Yeah, it would have been fun to try some Flutter. Maybe next time. And then also this. I'll give a quick note on this. So there are a lot of programming influencers, let's call them, people that make programming content on Twitch or YouTube or Instagram or everywhere else that are negative towards some languages and frameworks. And everyone's entitled to their opinion. That's totally fine. If you watch me, you know that I'm usually generally pretty open. I don't like to be too negative or bash on other languages or frameworks too much. And the main thing that I think about is there are a lot of devs that don't necessarily have a choice as to what they use. So maybe they can't reuse React because their company has been doing other things for 10, 20 years. Maybe they have to use Java because they're working in a legacy code base. Maybe they're not building brand new apps all the time, so they don't have the choice of switching or swapping frameworks all the time. And those developers probably feel really bad about their job whenever you bash on things that they do not like. So for instance, Angular is really popular for people to bash on. And there are a lot of devs out there that don't have a choice. They write Angular on a daily basis. So now, by bashing it, you have alienated them, and also you maybe make them feel bad about their job. And they shouldn't. Like, they don't necessarily have any control over that. You might say, well, oh, we'll just get a different job. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. So I will say I don't like doing it, and I don't like seeing other devs do it because it does create a more... It creates a toxic environment, and all the people that don't have a choice in what they use potentially feel bad, and that's not very nice. So that's my first point. What is my other point? Oh yeah, my other point is beginners, right? So regardless of if someone has a choice, let's say it's a beginner that doesn't necessarily have a job yet, but they are making a choice on like what they should put in their portfolio or what they should build with. And this is another potential outcome, is that you have all of those beginners which don't have the experience that you have. And like, don't get me wrong, people that are bashing Angular might be bashing it from actual experience. Like they spun up an app with it, they tried to work with it, it was really hard or cumbersome for them, and now they have the opinion that they don't want to use Angular and they don't want anyone else to use Angular as well. But that's coming from their experience. As a newer or beginner dev, when you're watching a more experienced dev or a more experienced programmer, influencer, or whatever, and they say these things, you kind of just take that to heart, and you're like, oh yeah, well maybe I guess I should never use Angular because it's bad because of all those reasons. I don't even need to try it myself. I can just go with what that person said. And that can lead to devs that are currently beginner. Maybe eventually they do get more experience, and like, let's say they're using React all the time, but now they've never tried Angular. They've never actually had that experience, but they're still holding that opinion that Angular is bad just because somebody that they look up to says Angular was bad. So I think that's a potential side effect as well. But yeah, it's tricky. I try to be open to most things, and like, I mean, I've said it before. You don't. You can write bad code in every language or framework that's out there. Whether it's React, whether it's something that people use on a daily basis, you can write bad code with anything. It really comes down to a developer's experience. It comes down to like how they structure their code or what they do. Just because you're choosing a specific library or framework doesn't mean you're automatically going to be writing good code. And that's actually another point, Kushalian, is that like Angular actually encourages best practices. So I would argue that for beginners, Angular is actually something interesting to check out because it could inform your decisions about things you do in React, even if you're not using Angular, because it teaches you about project structure and different things like that. So yeah. Yeah, and that's what NFG Codex is saying, like, basically lack of experience or bashing on things that you don't know or weren't getting used to is you may not be familiar with those specific design patterns or yeah. I have no idea about that, Sideshram. Bank of America Summer Technology Analyst. Is that like an internship or something like that? What do I think of GSAP? Is that the Green Sock animation project? Seems cool. I've never really used it though. You don't have to like everything, but you should talk about things you don't like in a constructive way instead of bashing them. Yeah, because I think at the end of the day, like also bashing on things that you don't like without talking about your experience with it, and I think that's the issue as well. Even if you do have experience with those things and you are bashing them, when you're bashing them, your experience doesn't necessarily come through because it's just become a meme that, oh, everybody hates Angular, so we're just going to hate Angular now, instead of actually talking about, well, why do you hate Angular? And I think it is unfortunate that I'm using Angular as an example. I don't hate Angular. Like I said, it has a lot of things and a lot of opinions that I think a lot of React developers could learn from, because they've never, not all, but a lot of React developers have never worked in a more opinionated code base and don't really have those experiences to pull from. So, yeah. Yeah, we can talk about PHP too. And I think that's the other thing is like PHP has been around for so long that there's a lot of bad PHP out there, and that's why people don't like it. But there are modern PHP frameworks, and PHP is still like a language that's getting constant updates and stuff like that. So yeah, you could say PHP sucks, but when you really get down to it, well, does modern PHP suck? Like it's possible to write really good code with PHP, so that's another aspect of it. Yeah, and I think that's another thing when you like let's not even talk about like front end frameworks or even back end frameworks like database technologies. Like saying MySQL sucks without having ever used it. How can you justify that? Like a huge percentage of the web runs on a MySQL database. So yeah, I'm the realist. Wait, you put a kappa on the end of it, which makes it so that I'm not the realist. I don't have anything on the event loop. I want to do something on the event loop eventually. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like some older, outdated languages, you have a lot of job security. HTML is all you need. Yeah. Yeah, the NoSQL versus SQL argument. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can do some real cool modern stuff with PHP. Yeah. CJ is a realist. Kappa. Yeah, I mean, you could think about it as more or less complicated syntax, but there's also the developer experience, which I do take into account when deciding to use a specific language or something like that, because some languages do a lot for you. Some languages have really good error messages. Some languages have a lot of really good built-in stuff, and that might inform my decision as to why I use it as well. Not necessarily just the syntax, but that is one thing I might think about. Yeah. My state was paying top dollar for COBOL devs in 2020. Yeah, there's a lot of outdated like legacy systems. Yeah. I thank you all for being here, and thanks for sticking around the whole time, the She-Boss, and thank you for the gifts. And I'm pretty sure you said something earlier that I used, and I appreciate that as well. But I'm tired. I can't think straight. Caddy sounds familiar. Do you use that for HTTP testing, or is it just a server? Yeah. PHP now has serverless written in Go tech that is even faster than Node. See? Yeah, and then like spaces versus tabs. I use a 2-space tab. But the thing is, my editor is pre-configured, my linter is pre-configured. I'm not typing space all the time. When I press tab, my editor inserts 2 spaces. And I just do that probably because I was used to the Airbnb style guide, which I think has a 2-space tab in it. Yeah. Yeah, and so Akasha was mentioning that's why they like these other languages, is because they have better error messages and tooling and stuff like that. Acid Spark wrote COBOL. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize that JavaScript is that well documented until I used Java, and it gives function signatures on mouse hover. Yeah, and that's why a lot of people are arguing for TypeScript these days, is because like you get a lot of built-in editor tooling. Because of the type completion and method signatures and stuff like that. But then that also gets to an argument people have is like, well, we just shouldn't use JavaScript at all. We should only use TypeScript. There's a time and a place. There's a time and a place. Yeah, I think like that's the other thing with Angular is like the way it does specific things is like, Stony Eagle, you're too kind. Thank you for the 10 gifted. I think that's a good place to end the stream. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. But yeah, I think that's another thing about Angular is you have to learn about the ecosystem. You have to learn like how dependency injection works and all of these other things to really know how everything is hooked together and all of that. But yeah, and that's a good point. And I think that one time that I paired with Alka, I was like, you know what? Tabs make a lot more sense because I can view it as a 2-space tab. You can view it as a 4-space tab, but it's still just a tab in the source code versus 2 spaces in the source code. Yeah. If V8 ever starts to support TypeScript natively, JavaScript will mostly disappear. I don't think this is a hot take. I think the hot take is V8 will support TypeScript natively because I don't think it ever will. I don't think it makes sense to. Like, and if you... Most of the time when you're dealing with TypeScript code, you compile it into JavaScript anyways. Like, I guess in the Node.js world. Like, TypeScript is literally just type annotations that get stripped away when your code is actually running somewhere. And that's different. Whereas if the language supported it natively, then you would be getting, like, more runtime errors and stuff like that because of types. But, yeah... You loved React and Next? Stick with it. I mean, if you like working with it, stick with it. I will say, like, I really like Vue.js. And they have this backend framework called Nextjs, which is similar to, like, Nextjs. This is really cool. I would say check it out. However, if you really like React and you really like JSX, you might not like how they do things there. Yeah. 17 space tabs. Sure, I could see it. Yeah, but I think it's kind of like what Dino is doing, where like when you run TypeScript code with Dino, it technically, I mean, my understanding of it is it actually transpiles it to JavaScript before it runs it, but it's all transparent to you. You don't have to set up the TS config and stuff like that. Yeah. What if the browser is just capable of ignoring the type so we don't have to compile it? There is a TC39 proposal. For types, but I think it's still stage 0. And Crowley, thank you very much for the Prime. Yeah, so these are all stage 2. I don't think they even list stage 0 in the main README. Oh, here we go. Stage 0. Stage 1. Type annotations. Ooh, it is stage 1. So it's a little bit further. It's a little bit further. Someone made the suggestions to support type annotations, but their whole proposal is like basically the type annotations would get stripped away when the browser, when the runtime is actually running your code. Yeah. But I argue that it would complicate the JavaScript parser too much. That's at least the side that I'm on right now. Is if it really is just type annotations that get stripped away, then it makes the entire JavaScript parser so much more complex to begin with. Because if it can just ignore those things, it basically has to strip it out anyways. I don't know. I haven't tested Astro. No, I haven't. All right, I gotta go. Thank you all for hanging out. Thanks for the comments. Tune in Friday. So if you check out the schedule, I will be live again on Friday. And we're going to be working with Dino and Fresh on our Fresh Spots app. I am hoping that on Friday we actually will get some actual features coded. We've spent, I think, 4 streams just working on setup and all of that stuff. So yeah, I think we're going to get a map on the page on Friday's stream. But I started a playlist, so all of the old streams got uploaded to the archive channel. So if you're interested in catching up, you can check the previous streams where we're setting up the project, talking about what libraries we use, and all that good stuff. So you can check that out. Friday. Tune in Friday. All right. Check out the YouTube channels. How many streams do you need to watch until you upgrade from noob to pro? If you want to upgrade from noob to pro, just stop watching streams. Just go code. That's the easiest way to go. I mean, you can learn some things from me, but you have to practice it. If you don't practice it, then it's really just watching me do it, and you're not doing it. But yeah, and Caillou, thanks very much for the Prime. So yeah, check me out on YouTube. I have a Twitter. I really just post go live notifications there, and then also join the mailing list if you'd like to. I do send go live notifications to email as well. And then eventually when I launch a course, I'll send you an email about that as well. Yeah, I think the hope is, and so my power just went out, but I have you can hear the beeping. I really have to go. I have to go. I have to shut down this machine. That's amazing. This is the first time we've ever tested that. My literal power is out, but my router and my PC are running on backup power. Okay, I gotta go. Let's do a quick raid. Yeah. I gotta go. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. Amazed that my stream is still my house literally doesn't have power, but the internet's I'm amazed. All right, join us in the raid. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
Shipping, man. Shipping is
Side.